The Dragon-Born Emperor. Act 1, The Voice and the Flame. Chapter 1, Between Worlds. The space where all things end. There was no light between dying and waking. Issei Hyoudou understood this the same way he understood most things in his second life, which is to say that he catalogued it, labeled it, and filed it away in the expanding archive of his mind before he had even opened his eyes. The darkness was not empty. It pressed against him with a texture he could almost describe as language, as though the void itself was composed of consonants too large for a human throat, syllables that predated the invention of sound. He died on a Tuesday. He remembered that much. The driver of the vehicle had not seen him, or if she had not moved the wheel in time, and the physics of the situation had proceeded without appeal. One moment the autumn leaves were burning orange above the crosswalk, and the next there was a whiteness. And then there was this, the between place, the nothing space, the long corridor that smelled faintly of stone and ancient fire. He was not afraid. That surprised him more than anything else, including the fact that he was still capable of being surprised. In his first life he had been many things. Reckless, certainly. Driven by impulses that his friends had charitably called passion and his teachers had less charitably called a disciplinary problem. He had chased power in the way that only a boy raised on manga and the mythology of strength could chase it, with a total and embarrassing earnestness. But fear had been present too, underneath all of it, the specific fear of a young man who suspected that the universe was far larger than he was and that the gap between those two sizes would never fully close. Now, floating in the void, that fear was gone. What replaced it was harder to name. It felt like appetite. Like the hollow sensation before a meal you have been anticipating for a very long time. Something moved in the dark. It was not small. Issei turned toward it, which required no physical action because he had no body yet, only awareness organized loosely in the shape of one. The thing that moved resolved itself slowly, the way a word resolves itself when you have been staring at it too long, into a presence so vast that he could only perceive its edges. It was a dragon, not the compact, for-limbed dragon of his previous world, not the winged serpent of myth scaled to something a hero might plausibly slay. This was something older. Its body, if body was the right word for something that extended in directions he could not name, was the color of banked coals and old iron. Its eyes were 2 points of light that seemed to be looking at him from inside rather than outside, as though the act of perceiving him was also the act of containing him. He recognized it. Not from memory. Not from any record he had read in his previous life. He recognized it the way you recognize something you have always known but never been able to articulate. Drake, he said, or thought, or became. The dragon was still for a long time. Then it said, in a voice that was also a vibration that was also a change in the fundamental temperature of the dark, you are not afraid. No, all of them are afraid. Even those who come here with power already in them. Even the ones who bargained. They are always afraid. Issei considered this. I think I used up my fear for something else, he said. I think I spent it on smaller things when I was alive, and now there is none left for something worth being afraid of. The dragon made a sound that might have been amusement, or might have been the geological shifting of something that thought in geological time. You remember who you were, it said. Yes. Most do not, at this threshold. Memory dissolves. That is the usual process. I have good retention, Issei said. He paused. Also, I think you are holding it together. I think you are the reason I still know my name. Another long silence. The dragon's eyes moved in the dark, those 2 slow burning points of light, and Issei had the sense of being examined from every angle simultaneously, not with malice but with the thoroughness of something that could not afford to be wrong. There is a world, Drake said at last. It is unlike the one you came from, and unlike the one I was sealed within. It is old, the way only certain worlds are old, where the age is not merely chronological but structural, where the bones of reality are made of something denser than physics. It has dragons. Real ones, shaped by the climate and the deep magic rather than by the politics of the supernatural world you knew. It has mountains that hold memory. It has a language that is also a force of nature. Issei was quiet. He was learning to listen in this place, to let words land fully before responding. It seemed appropriate. I am offering you a choice, the dragon continued. I can give you what you carried before, the boosted gear, the capability that grows without limit. But in this new world there is something else, something that was not possible in the world you left. The words of power. The Thu'um. The voice that the Nords once named Dovahkiin, the Dragonborn. In the world I am showing you, a soul can be born with both. Both, Issei repeated. A boosted gear that doubles your power at fixed intervals. A Dova soul that allows you to absorb the words of dragons and speak them as force. Two systems of power that have never existed simultaneously in a single being. The interaction between them would be. The dragon paused. Incalculable. Issei felt something that was not quite excitement, and not quite recognition. It felt more like a hypothesis crystallizing. Like the moment before an experiment confirms itself. You are not doing this out of charity, he said. No. You want something. I want to see, Drake said simply. I have been inside countless hosts. I have been wielded and squandered and misunderstood for centuries. I have never been in someone who approached power the way you did, as a problem to be solved rather than a thing to be collected. I want to see what happens. I want to watch you think. It was, Issei reflected, the most honest thing anyone had ever said to him. What is the catch? He asked. There is always a catch. You will begin again from nothing. No resources, no allies, no knowledge of the specific world you are entering beyond what I can give you in the crossing. You will be reborn, not transplanted. A child, with a child's body and a child's limitations, carrying only the architecture of what you were inside you like a blueprint waiting for materials. And the world? Tamriel, Drake said, and the word was not just a name. It landed with the weight of a place that had been dreaming of itself for 10,000 years. Specifically, the continent as it exists in an era before the greatest of its catastrophes. You will have time. Time to build, time to learn, time to do what you do best. Issei thought about his previous life. He thought about the raiding games, about the strategies he had drafted and discarded, about the factions and alliances and the vast machinery of supernatural politics that he had navigated with increasing fluency as the years had passed. He thought about the things he had not had time to finish. He thought about what it would mean to start with two forms of power that had never been combined before, and about the kind of mind that might be required to map the territory between them. I have questions, he said. I know. The boosted gear doubles power. The Thu'um is force language. Are they additive or multiplicative? Is there a shared resource pool or independent fuel systems? What are the failure modes when both activate simultaneously? What is the interaction between a Dova soul and a gear that was originally calibrated for human spiritual energy? The dragon was silent for a moment that felt different from the other silences. Warmer somehow. I do not know, it said. That is precisely the point. Issei felt the appetite again, larger now, almost uncomfortable in its intensity. All right, he said. Show me Tamriel, the tongue of mountains. He was born in a village at the foot of the Jero Mountains, where the Cyrodiilic lowlands met the beginning of the Nordic high country, and the wind came down off the glaciers with the specific personality of something that had been traveling a long distance, and had not enjoyed the journey. His father was a woodcutter named Baldur who had the broad hands and the comfortable silence of a man who spent most of his waking hours alone with trees. His mother was Morel, originally from Bruma, with dark eyes that she had passed to her son along with a habit of watching people more carefully than she watched the scenery. They were not extraordinary people. They were the kind of people that history tends to pass through rather than stop at, decent and hard-working and oriented entirely around the practical requirements of survival in a place where winter was an annual crisis. Issei Hyoudou, who had been renamed Issei Baldursson in the Norse-inflected tradition of the region's Nordic settlers, grew up remembering everything. This was both a gift and a complicated burden. He remembered his previous life with the clarity of something that had been carefully preserved rather than naturally retained. He remembered the feel of Drake's power moving through him, the familiar surge of the boosted gear's intervals, the tactical maps he had assembled in the raiding games of the Underworld, the faces of his peerage and his rivals and his king. He held all of that inside him with the careful stillness of someone carrying a full container across an uneven floor. He also remembered Drake's warnings. He had been reborn, not transplanted. The gear was present but latent, a seed in winter soil. The Dova soul was real but unawakened. He had the architecture of power without the materials to build with yet, and any attempt to force either system before his physical and spiritual infrastructure could support it would be like trying to run current through an uncompleted circuit. So he waited. And he watched. And he learned. The village was called Stonehall, a name that was more ambitious than its reality, which was 17 houses, a smithy, a single-room hall that served as meeting place and tavern and emergency shelter during blizzards, and a shrine to Talos that the local Nord families maintained with the stubborn fervor of people who had decided that their faith was not subject to imperial opinion. The population was mixed. Nords predominated, but there were a handful of Regard families, a Breton couple who ran the only trading post, and one imperial family whose patriarch had retired from the Legion a decade ago and seemed to regard the entire village as a peacekeeping operation he had accepted without fully understanding the terms. Issei watched all of them. He catalogued their behaviors and their relationships and the invisible social architecture of a small community. He learned quickly that Stonehall operated on a logic that his previous world would have recognized, a hierarchy of reputation and capability modified by the specific pressures of isolation, where your value was determined by what you could do in the winter rather than what you owned in the summer. He began to make himself useful at the age of 4, which caused his mother to look at him with an expression that oscillated between pride and mild alarm. He learned to read before he was 5, moving through the small library the Breton trader kept with an appetite that the man found simultaneously flattering and unsettling. He read histories and herbalism guides and a crumbling copy of something called the Annuad, which was a creation myth so layered with metaphysical implication that he read it 3 times and still found new angles on the 4th pass. He began studying the voice when he was 6, though he did not call it that yet. He called it the problem of resonance. He had discovered it by accident, or what would have looked like accident to anyone watching. He had been alone in the hills above Stonehall, collecting firewood, when he had come across a shallow cave in the rock face where the stone was different, a gray-blue mineral that caught the late afternoon light in a way that made it seem internally illuminated. He had placed his hand on it, more from curiosity than intention, and felt something. Not power. Not energy in any sense he could quantify. More like a recognition, like the cave wall was vibrating at a frequency that his body had been designed to receive. He sat there for 3 hours. He came back the next day. And the day after. He brought paper and charcoal and documented what he felt, sketching diagrams of the sensation as best he could, building a vocabulary for something that had no vocabulary yet in any language he knew. The Dova soul inside him was responding to the stone the way iron responds to a magnet, a pull without direction, a yearning without object. He was careful not to push. Not yet. He was 6 years old with a child's lung capacity and a child's spiritual reserves, and he had read enough in Drake's pre-crossing briefing to know that Thu'um forced without sufficient foundation would shatter the vessel before the word was complete. He was patient in a way that 6-year-olds generally are not, because he had already lived one life and knew what impatience cost. Instead he trained his body. He rose before the village woke and ran the hills until the mountains turned pink and the crows began their commentary on the day. He learned the basic combat forms from the retired legionnaire, a scarred man named Quintus who taught him with the methodical thoroughness of someone who had long since stopped believing that teaching was about enthusiasm. He learned to track from a Nord hunter named Sigrid who smelled of pine resin and disapproved of most things but found his seriousness acceptable. He learned the rudiments of smithing at the forge simply by watching and eventually asking questions with such precision that the blacksmith, a Redguard woman named Frida, began answering them as though he were an apprentice, which he then formalized by asking to be one. By the time he was 8, he was stronger than most children twice his age and better coordinated than most adults. His body was adapting to the training with a responsiveness that occasionally surprised even him, as though the Dova soul recognized the approach of capability and was contributing to it, reinforcing the physical development the way a climbing plant uses available structure. He felt Drake watching. Not intrusively, not with the specific weight of communication, just the ambient awareness of something present and observant. He found it companionable. "I know you can hear me," he said one evening, sitting alone on the hillside above Stonehall with the last light dying over the mountains to the west. You do not have to be subtle about it. A pause, and then warmth moved through him, not heat exactly but the sensation of a large fire in an adjacent room. You are making notes, Drake said. It was not a question, and it did not come from outside him. The voice arrived directly behind his sternum, which he had decided was the dragon's characteristic address. Always, Issei said. You have not tried the voice yet. The foundation is not ready. Most Overkian do not think about foundations. Most Overkian probably did not have a prior theoretical framework to compare against, Issei said. I know what the boosted gear's intervals feel like when there is not enough base power to support the doubling. I do not want to find out what the equivalent failure mode is for a shout that my body cannot contain. Another warmth pulse, stronger this time. Approval, perhaps, or something adjacent to it. The gear will become available to you before the voice, Drake said. It will activate on its own schedule. You will know when. What will it feel like? It will feel like coming home. Issei looked at the mountains, at the way the last light carved shadows into the glaciers above the treeline, at the specific quality of darkness that gathered in the high places before it descended to fill the valleys. Good, he said. I have been looking forward to it. Chapter 2, First Words. The Red Gauntlet. The boosted gear manifested on an autumn morning when Issei was 9 years old, in the middle of what had begun as an entirely unremarkable training session with Quintus in the yard behind the old Legionnaire's house. They were working on a defensive form that Quintus called the Iron Gate, a series of blocks and redirections designed around the principle that fighting was fundamentally an information problem, that every attack the opponent committed to was an attack that revealed exactly where their force was pointed and therefore exactly where it was not. Issei had been drilling it for 3 months and had reached the point where the movements were beginning to acquire the quality of thought rather than performance. Quintus threw a left-hand hook that Issei read perfectly, redirecting it and following through with a counter that should have concluded the sequence. And then the world changed. The gauntlet appeared on his left arm with the same quality, as something that had always been there, and had simply become visible. It was red-crimson deep, the color of coals about to become flame, articulated in plates that caught the weak autumn light and returned it changed. A green gem occupied the center of the wrist assembly, and it was burning with the light of something that had been waiting for a long time to burn. Quintus stepped back. His hand was on the short sword at his belt before he had consciously decided to reach for it, the instinct of 30 years of soldiering overriding everything else. What, Quintus said carefully, is that? It is mine, Issei said. He could feel it, the interval already ticking, the first doubling applied to the baseline of his current power level, which was modest. 9 years of training had built significant foundation, but significant foundation at 9 was still a long way from extraordinary. But even doubled it was a measurable increase. He felt sharper. He felt the edges of things with greater precision. Boy, Quintus said. I know it looks alarming, Issei said. I promise it is not a threat. It is. He paused, trying to locate appropriate language within the context of this world's existing frameworks. It is a birthright. A thing I was born with. I did not know when it would appear. Now it has. Quintus, who was not an unintelligent man and who had seen enough unusual things during his Legion career to have developed a working protocol for them, lowered his hand from his sword. He studied the gauntlet with the expression of someone running through risk assessments. The Bretons would call that an enchanted object, he said. Something like that, Issei agreed. The Nords would call it a gift from the gods. Also possible. What do you call it? Issei considered the question seriously. A tool, he said finally. A very complicated tool that I have been waiting to start learning to use properly. Quintus was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, show me what it does. That was the thing about Quintus, Issei had decided long ago. Whatever else he was genuinely curious about capability, not from greed or aggression but from the professional interest of a man who had spent his career understanding what people and weapons could do. It was why Issei had chosen him as a teacher. The interval runs on a fixed cycle, Issei said. Every 10 seconds under active engagement, my baseline power doubles. The effect is cumulative. It can be transferred to allies or objects in a focused burst, and it can also be released as a contained explosion of force. And the current interval? First interval just cleared. I am at twice baseline. What happens at, say, the fifth interval? 32 times baseline, Issei said. Exponential, not additive. At 10 intervals, it is over 1,000 times. Quintus stared at him for a long moment. That, the old soldier said carefully, is not a tool. That is a catastrophe waiting for a direction. Yes, Issei agreed. Which is exactly why I need to understand it completely before I use it for anything that matters. A catastrophe with a direction is a strategy. A catastrophe without one is just destruction. Quintus looked at him for a long time. How long have you known this was coming? Issei smiled, which was not an expression he produced often. Since before I was born, he said. The language older than sound. He spent the next year mapping the gear. This was, he acknowledged to himself, probably not how most beings with access to a sacred gear chose to use their first year of having one. The conventional approach, insofar as there was a convention for 9-year-olds with supernatural weapons of increasing multiplication, was to begin using it immediately and learn by application. Power first, understanding later, the philosophy of the self-taught fighter in every story he had ever read. He rejected this approach without particular drama. He had rejected it in his first life too, by the end, once he had lived long enough to understand the cost of the gap between application and comprehension. Instead, he designed experiments. He used Drake's residence in his awareness as a collaborative resource rather than a passive one. The dragon had centuries of accumulated observation of the gear in various hosts, and while it had never inhabited a host who approached it analytically, the observational data was rich. Together they developed a framework for understanding the gear's behavior, a map of its inputs and outputs, its latency periods and activation thresholds, the precise sensation that preceded a transfer and the different sensation that preceded a burst. He kept detailed notes in a journal he locked inside the chest beneath his bed, written in a cipher he had invented himself, a grid substitution system that would be transparent to anyone with a basic education in cryptography but would deter casual reading by curious parents or villagers. The notes were structured like scientific records: hypothesis, experiment, observation, conclusion, revision of hypothesis. Entry 47 read: the doubling appears to operate on spiritual energy as the primary substrate, but the effect translates to physical output through what I am provisionally calling the amplification layer. This layer seems to interface with the nervous system rather than the musculature directly. Implication: the gear is not making my muscles stronger in the conventional sense. It is making the signal that moves my muscles stronger, which has different failure modes. Important. Need more data on the relationship between the signal amplification and the body's capacity to respond to those signals without structural damage. Entry 63. Tested transfer on a stone. The stone did not explode, but the impact force when thrown was measurably greater by approximately the ratio I predicted for a 2-interval charge. Transfer functions as expected. The residual duration appears to be approximately 4 minutes for inorganic objects. Need to test on organic material. Not a person. Perhaps a tree. Entry 91. Tested on a tree. The tree eventually fell down. I will need to work in an area with fewer observable witnesses for the next phase. Alongside the gear mapping, he continued his study of the Dova soul. He had begun to understand that the Thu'um was not, as the old stories presented it, a magical ability granted to special individuals by draconic bloodline or divine favor. It was a language. Specifically, it was the language in which the world had been written, the primordial tongue of the dragons that was also the underlying grammar of reality. The words of power worked because they were statements of fact in a language that reality was obligated to obey. This framework made intuitive sense to him in a way that it probably would not have made to a native Tamrielic, because he came from a world where the theoretical underpinning of supernatural ability was taken seriously. In his previous life he had lived alongside devils and angels and fallen angels and dragon gods, and the one consistent lesson of that world was that power without comprehension was power with an expiration date. He began studying every text about the Thu'um he could locate. This was limited, in Stonehall. The village was not a center of scholarship. But the Breton trader had a cousin in Bruma who occasionally sent books, and Bruma was close enough to Skyrim that Nordic scholarly traditions had seeped into its libraries. Issei sent letters requesting specific titles, polite and precise letters that caused the trader to look at him with an expression that had gradually shifted from bemusement to resigned acceptance. He acquired 3 significant texts over the next 2 years. The first was a partial translation of something called the Ysmir Collective, a compilation of Nord oral traditions about the Greybeards, the monks who had retreated to the peak of the throat of the world to study the voice in silence. The second was a Breton scholar's analysis of what she called Thu'um phonology, an attempt to map the sounds of the ancient dragon language onto conventional linguistic categories. The third was, unexpectedly, a first-person account written by a Nord farmer who claimed to have met a greybeard while traveling through the Rift Hold and had recorded the conversation with the diligence of someone who understood they were writing something for posterity. From these 3 sources, and from his own extended sessions with the resonant stone in the hillside cave, he assembled a working theory. The Thu'um operated in sequences called shouts, each composed of 3 words drawn from the dragon language. Each word represented a concept, but concept was too narrow a translation. Each word was a name, in the specific sense that the dragon language used names not as labels but as definitions, as the totality of what a thing was. When a Dovahkian spoke a word, they were not commanding a force. They were asserting a truth, and if the assertion was made with sufficient spiritual coherence and physical resonance, reality updated itself to match. The technical challenge was that the words had to be learned, not invented. You could not construct a shout from phonetic components the way you might construct a sentence in a conventional language. Each word had to be absorbed from an existing source, either from a word wall carved by ancient dragons, or directly from a dragon's own understanding of the concept. The soul of a true Dovahkian could absorb a dragon's accumulated word knowledge in the moment of the dragon's death. He was not going to kill any dragons. Not yet, and not primarily for that purpose. But he was, he decided, going to find a word wall, the weight of stone and speech. He told his parents he was going to Bruma. He was 11. This was not an age at which children in Stonehall typically announce solo journeys to the nearest city, and his mother's response to the announcement occupied a significant portion of an evening that Issei had set aside for packing. His father, characteristically, said less and listened more, and at the end of the conversation his father had put a hand on his shoulder and asked him one question. "Are you going to come back?" "Yes," Issei said. "I will always come back. But I need to go first." His father had looked at him for a long time with the eyes of a man who understood, in the particular way that parents of unusual children sometimes understand, that the thing standing in front of him had always been somewhat larger than the vessel it occupied. "Take the mountain path above the snowline," Baldur said. "The bandits do not work above 8,000 feet in the season. Stay in Hadvarzin when you reach the crossroads. And..." He paused. "If you find what you are looking for, write to us." Issei had spent 3 days in Bruma. He visited the library, confirmed the absence of any significant additional text on the Thu'um, and had a long and productive conversation with an elderly Altmer scholar who taught at the small academy attached to the chapel of Talos. The Altmer, whose name was Celedian and who had the permanent expression of someone who had been mildly disappointed by the universe for a very long time, had initially dismissed him as a child playing at scholarship. By the end of the second hour he was leaning forward in his chair. "You have constructed a functional linguistic model of the Thu'um," Celedian said slowly, "from 3 secondary sources and what you describe as personal intuition." "Not intuition," Issei corrected. "Direct resonance experience with a responsive substrate. The hillside cave above Stonehall has a mineral concentration that reacts to Dova soul energy. I have been using it as a feedback mechanism for approximately 3 years. You are 11. Yes. And you believe that the Thu'um is a form of structured reality assertion in a language that predates conventional physics. I believe the evidence supports that model more consistently than the conventional magical theory," Issei said carefully. "The alternative, that the words function as magical triggers accessing some external force, does not adequately explain why the same word spoken without full comprehension of its meaning produces significantly reduced effects. If it were trigger-based, comprehension would be irrelevant. The fact that it is not suggests the mechanism is semantic rather than incantatory. Celedian stared at him for a very long moment. There is a word wall, the old Altmare said finally, 2 days north of here. In the mountains. An old Nordic ruin called Bleak Rock Barrow. The local hold guard keeps the main structure sealed because there were reports of drover activity 3 years ago, but the word wall itself is on an exterior terrace. Accessible to anyone willing to make the climb. Issei felt something move in the deep structures of his awareness. Drake, attentive. What word is inscribed on it? He asked. According to the survey I assisted with 15 years ago, Celedian said, with the careful precision of someone who took accuracy seriously even when surprised, it is the first word of the shout called unrelenting force. Thus. It means push, in the oversimplified translation, though the full semantic field includes the concepts of force, foundation, and the fundamental quality of unyielding motion. Issei thanked the scholar, politely and genuinely, and left Bruma the following morning. Bleak Rock Barrow was, in fact, 2 days north, but the path was not the kind of path that rewarded speed. It climbed through pine forest, and then above the treeline into the gray-white territory where the Gerald Range met the sky, and the wind had opinions about visitors that it expressed in a personal and continuous way. He found the word wall on the afternoon of the second day. It stood on a terrace of cracked stone above the main ruin entrance, a curved surface of ancient rock carved in the angular script of the dragon language. The stone was the same blue-gray mineral he had found in the hillside cave, and it was vibrating. Not physically, nothing you could measure with a hand on the surface or an ear pressed to the rock. It vibrated in the frequency that his Dova soul had been trained over 3 years of patient exposure to receive. He stood in front of it for a long time. He could feel the word. Not just see it carved in the stone, but feel it, the way you feel a spoken sentence from someone standing close to you, not just with the ears but with the chest cavity, with the bones. Thus. Force. Foundation. The unyielding quality of a thing that has decided to move and cannot be persuaded otherwise. He reached for it. The absorption was not violent. He had expected something more dramatic, given how the text described the Dovahkian's ability to take words from slain dragons. But the wall was a different mechanism. The dragon who had carved this wall had intended the word to be learned. The wall was a teaching instrument, and it taught the way the best teachers teach, not by overwhelming the student but by creating the conditions in which the student could understand for themselves. The word settled into him the way his own name settled in his chest, as something that had always been there, and had simply been waiting to be acknowledged. He breathed. He breathed with his whole body, with the Dova soul as part of the mechanism, drawing the air down into the architectural structures that the soul occupied beneath his ribcage. "Fus," he said. It was a child's voice making the sound. It was a child's lung capacity pushing the air. But the word was real, and the soul that shaped it was real, and the stone terrace of Bleak Rock Barrow immediately acquired a crack along its southern edge that had not been there before. He sat down on the broken terrace and breathed carefully for several minutes. "First word," Drake observed from behind his sternum. "First word," Issei confirmed. "How does it feel?" He considered the question seriously. The word sat inside him like a stone that had found its proper place in a wall, perfectly fitted, structural. It was not power the way the gear was power, not the quantifiable doubling of a measurable baseline. It was more like a key that had always been hanging at his belt and had finally found the lock it was made for. "It feels correct," he said. "It feels like the beginning of a sentence." He looked at the sky above the Gerald Mountains, at the high clouds moving east, at the quality of the afternoon light on snow that had been there for 1,000 years. "I am going to need more words," he said. Chapter 3: The Map and the Territory. Architecture of Ambition. He returned to Stonehall with a word in his chest and a plan in his head. The plan had begun forming during the walk back from Bleak Rock Barrow, evolving with each mile the way plans tend to evolve when they are given motion and duration rather than being worked out at a desk. By the time the village appeared below him on the third afternoon, set in its valley like a gray stone dropped in an autumn palm, the plan had developed from a general direction into something with structure and sequence, and the beginning of specific measurable objectives. He was 11 years old. He had one word of power, a sacred gear of exponential multiplication, 2 years of dedicated physical training, a solid theoretical foundation in the mechanics of both his power systems, and enough material from Drake's accumulated centuries to understand the general landscape of what Tamriel contained and what it would require to navigate. What he needed next was information. Systematic, comprehensive, organized information about the continent he had been born into. Not the partial picture available from Stonehall's limited resources, not the scholarly footnotes and borrowed texts, but a genuine map of the world as it actually operated. Its power structures, its geography, its magical systems and political architectures, and the specific pressure points where a sufficiently informed and capable actor could begin to generate leverage. He also needed allies. This was the part that he thought about most carefully on the walk back, because it was the part that was least like a technical problem and most like the raiding game strategy work he had done in his previous life. Allies were not resources in the simple sense. They were people, with their own agendas and their own frameworks for what made association worthwhile. The question of how to build a coalition that would survive the escalating stakes of what he intended to do was not a question of power but a question of character, of what kind of person he was going to be and what kind of relationships he was going to build. He had thought about this question for several years already, turning it over from different angles. In his previous life he had been, by his own assessment, genuinely good with people but structurally disorganized about it. He had cared about his companions deeply and had been willing to extend real trust and real effort on their behalf, but the architecture of those relationships had often been reactive rather than intentional. He had been good at responding to people. He had been less systematic about finding the right people to respond to. This time he intended to be both. He sat down at his desk the evening he returned and wrote out the framework in his cipher journal. Not a list of goals but a map of the landscape of what was needed, the questions he could not yet answer, the gaps in his current knowledge, the capabilities he needed to develop and the sequence in which developing them would be most efficient. At the center of the map, he wrote 2 words, Thursdayum. Here. Around those 2 words he drew the web of implications. The shouts he needed to acquire, and the locations where they might be found. The intervals of gear training required before the system would scale efficiently enough to be tactically reliable. The physical conditioning necessary to support both systems simultaneously at higher output levels. Outside that circle he wrote, Tamriel. The continent was vast and complicated and full of factions that had been at various stages of conflict and alliance for millennia. The empire was ascendant but not unchallenged. The Dominion, the Thalmor-controlled Aldmerine nation of High Elves, was pursuing a long-term agenda that his Bruma scholar had described with the careful neutrality of someone who was being observed while speaking. The Stormcloak rebellion in Skyrim was nascent, not yet the open conflict it would eventually become. The Companions of Whiterun were the most respected martial organization in the Nordic lands. The College of Winterhold held magical knowledge of extraordinary depth and breadth. The Thieves' Guild and the Dark Brotherhood operated in the shadows with their own agendas. And then, below and beside and in the spaces between all of this, were the things that Tamriel's surface inhabitants mostly tried not to think about. The deadlands of the Daedric princes. The plains of oblivion, each governed by a being of divine power and specific obsession. The ancient structures of Dwemer engineering still humming in their underground caverns with the power of something that had refused to simply stop. The Famr, degenerated into predatory cave dwellers but originally something else. The Draugr in their barrows, the remnants of dragon cults, the presence of the dragons themselves, sleeping or circling depending on the era. Issei read all of this as landscape. Terrain to be navigated. He did not read it as threat because threat implied a defensive posture, and he had not come to this world to defend. He had come to build. The companion of 2 hands. He met Lyra when he was 12 and she was 13. At the seasonal market in Bruma where he had traveled with his father to sell the winter's surplus timber. She was Nord by heritage, half-blood, the olive darkness of her skin suggesting the imperial side of her parentage, tall for 13 in the way that Nord children often were, with the particular kind of physical confidence that comes from training rather than from mere size. She was examining a selection of blade metal at the weaponsmith's stall with the focused attention of someone who knew what they were looking for and was not seeing it. He noticed 3 things about her in sequence. First, that the way she was holding her hands indicated someone who had been taught to handle weapons by a military instructor rather than a street fighter. Second, that she was quietly angry about something, the specific quality of anger that is performed as calm. Third, that she had been watching him from 2 stalls over for approximately 15 minutes before he had noticed her watching. "What did I do?" he asked, without turning his head. A brief silence. Then, nothing. "I am trying to work out if you are what you look like." "What do I look like?" She moved to stand beside him, not close but adjacent, shoulder distance. "You look like someone who came to the market to sell timber, and ended up reading every book at the scholar's cart, and talking to the Altmere alchemists for 40 minutes about solvent extraction. Which is not what woodcutters' sons usually do." "I am not only a woodcutter's son," he said. "No," she agreed. "What else are you?" He turned to look at her properly. She looked back with steady brown eyes that had been watching carefully long enough to have accumulated a specific kind of patience. "Undecided," he said. "For now." "What are you?" Her jaw moved slightly. The quiet anger again. "My father was a companion in Whiterun. He retired when he married my mother. He has been trying to arrange a placement for me with the companions since I was 10, but they do not take girls from outside Skyrim without a senior member's sponsorship, and the senior member he had has since retired, and the current seniors are." She paused. "Not interested in advocating for a half-breed with no current patron." Issei listened to all of this and processed the information with the specific attention he gave to situations that revealed the actual structure of something beneath its surface presentation. What he heard was not a girl complaining about an unfair system. What he heard was someone who had already accepted the unfairness and was still trying to navigate it, who had a genuine and well-developed capability, who was being blocked by the specific combination of bureaucratic gatekeeping and social bias that produced the best kind of frustration, the kind that creates persistent motivation rather than resignation. "I am going to Skyrim," he said. "Not immediately. In perhaps 2 years. When I go, I will need people I can trust. If you can fight the way your hands suggest you can, and if you are still looking for a way in when I arrive, the companions would be a useful base of operations for both of us." She looked at him for a long moment. "You are 12. Yes. You are making a 2-year plan to travel to a different province, and leverage the most prestigious martial organization in the Nordic world." "I am making a longer plan than that," he said honestly. "The companions are a step, not the destination." Another long look. She was assessing him the way he had assessed her, with the careful attention of someone who took the question of who to trust as seriously as any other strategic variable. "My name is Lyra," she said finally. "Lyra Half-Shield, though I will not use that name in Skyrim because my father chose it, and my father is." A pause. "No longer speaking to me about this particular subject." "Just Lyra will do, Issei," he said. "I will write to you when I am ready to move north." "How will you know where to write?" "You are not going to stay here," he said, reading her correctly. "You are going to train somewhere better than Bruma, somewhere with access to actual combat instruction. The Legion training ground at Coral is the closest with a real curriculum. You will be there within the year." She stared at him. "Write to me at Coral," he said, and went back to his father's lumber stall. "What fire teaches." He wrote to Lyra at Coral 6 months later. By then he had spent half a year in intensive preparation for the move north, which in practical terms meant 3 things. He had continued his physical training to the point where his conditioning was genuinely exceptional, the gear's doubling effect on the signal layer of his nervous system compounding with disciplined physical development in ways that Quintus had noted with the increasing unease of a man watching a pupil exceed the frame of what he had been prepared to teach. He had expanded his theoretical knowledge of the Thursdayum with additional text sourced through Seledian and Bruma, including a partial translation of something called the Book of the Dragonborn that filled significant gaps in his understanding of the Dova soul's structural function. And he had begun work on what he privately called the integration problem. The integration problem was this: the gear and the Thursdayum were 2 independent power systems operating in the same body. They did not share a fuel source. The gear ran on spiritual energy, the Dova soul's amplification of the fundamental life force that all sapient beings produce simply by existing. The Thursdayum ran on what the dragon language texts called Locke, which he had come to understand as something closer to structural will than to energy in any conventional sense, the capacity to make an assertion about reality and mean it completely. Two independent systems was not a problem. Two independent systems in the same body, potentially activating simultaneously, was an engineering challenge. He had been thinking about it for months, and the working theory he had arrived at was this. The systems were independent, but they occupied adjacent architectural space within his spiritual structure. They were not competing for the same resources, but they were subject to the same structural constraints, which meant that there were interaction effects at the boundaries, places where the gear's doubling applied to the spiritual energy that was also the foundation substrate for the Thu'um's lock generation. If his theory was correct, then a sufficiently advanced interval on the gear would amplify not only his physical output but also his capacity for lock, which would amplify not only the force of a shout but its semantic precision, which would mean a more complete assertion of reality, which would mean stronger effects at lower phonetic effort. He had written this theory out 4 times and found different problems with it each time, which he considered productive. A theory that had no detectable problems was a theory that had not been examined closely enough. He was 13 when he left Stonehall. He said goodbye to his parents at the northern edge of the village, in the early morning before the village was fully awake. His mother held him for a long time and did not cry, which he knew cost her something. His father shook his hand and then, after a moment, clasped his shoulder the way that adults in this part of the world clasp the shoulders of other adults. The mountains will test you, Baldur said. I know, Issei said. More than you expect. That is generally the point, his father said, and released him. He walked north through the Jero Range alone, with a pack that contained his journal, a change of clothes, the tools of a working scholar, a short sword that Faridha had made him as a farewell gift with a quality that significantly exceeded what a village smith was supposed to be capable of, and enough food for 5 days. The mountains tested him, as his father had predicted, in ways that exceeded expectation. On the second day, at a narrow pass above the snowline, 3 men with the casual posture of people who had been doing this particular thing for some time stepped out of the rock's shadow and explained to him that the toll for the pass was his pack and whatever coin he carried. Issei looked at them. They were adults, experienced by the look of the wear on their gear, and they outnumbered him, and they appeared entirely unbothered by the fact that the toll subject was a child because children in these mountains were not, in general, a threat. He assessed the situation in the 2 seconds before anyone spoke again. 3 of them, spread at 5-foot intervals, the center one probably the decision-maker based on stance, and the way the other 2 tracked his positioning. Short swords and 1 axe. Mountain bandits, not soldiers, which meant trained violence but not military discipline. I will need to keep my pack, he said. The center man laughed. It was a genuine laugh, not a threatening one, which was almost more insulting than a threat would have been. Issei activated the gear. The crimson gauntlet appeared on his left arm, and the green gem burned, and the first interval ticked over immediately, and the center man stopped laughing. What is, the right side bandit began. I am going to offer you an alternative to this situation, Issei said, with the calm that comes from the specific combination of preparation and absence of fear. You walk back down the western side of the pass. I walk north. In 20 years you will not remember this, and neither will I. There is no version of continuing this encounter that works out well for you. A silence. The gear's second interval clicked. He could feel the amplification in his limbs, in the precision of his perceptions, in the way the wind and the geography and the spacing of the 3 men resolved itself into a tactical picture with the clarity of something rendered in high contrast. The center man made a decision. It was visible on his face before he acted on it, the micro-expression that preceded commitment to movement, and Issei was already in motion when the sword came out of the scabbard. What followed was brief. He was 13, but he had been training since he was 6, and the gear was at 2 intervals, and Quintus had taught him the Iron Gate and 14 other defensive and offensive forms with the thoroughness of someone who believed that half learning was worse than not learning at all. He did not use the Thu'um. He did not need to. He used the economy of motion that comes from understanding exactly what you are doing and exactly why, the kind of fighting that is more like a conversation conducted at high speed than like violence in the conventional sense. The center man sat down heavily in the snow with the expression of someone who had just received new and significant information about the world. The other two were backing away with the particular speed of people who had rapidly revised their threat assessment. West side of the pass, Issei said. Now, they went. He stood in the snow for a moment afterward, checking himself for damage, none, checking the gear's current interval, third, nearly at fourth, and allowing the adrenaline equivalent to cycle through his system before resuming forward motion. Drake said nothing until the pass was well behind him. You were controlled, the dragon said finally. I was not angry, Issei said. There was no reason to be angry. They were doing what they knew how to do, in a place they thought was safe for it. I was a variable they had not accounted for. That is not their fault. Most people would be angry. Most people experience threat as personal. I experience it as a problem with a solution. He paused. Also, I do not particularly want to cultivate anger as a resource. Anger is useful for short-term force generation, but it degrades pattern recognition, and pattern recognition is more valuable than force generation in most situations I am likely to face. And in situations where force generation is the primary requirement? That is what the gear is for, Issei said. I do not need to be angry to use it. I just need to be right about when to use it. The throat of the world was still months away. He had other stops to make, other data to gather, other pieces of the foundation to set in place before he reached that destination. He walked north through the mountains with the word in his chest and the gear on his arm and the enormous, patient, architectural weight of a plan that was just beginning to reveal its own full shape to him. The wind came down off the glaciers, sharp and cold and carrying the particular quality of high places, the feeling that the air there had not been breathed enough times to have lost its original character. He breathed it in. He was 13 years old, and he had a very long way to go, and he found, against all reasonable expectation, that this made him happy. Chapter 4. The Sons of the Sky. High Hrothgar. The throat of the world was the highest point in Tamriel. He had known this from the texts, but the texts had failed to adequately convey what it meant to approach it from below. The mountain did not simply rise. It accumulated height with the specific quality of something that had been rising since before the concept of measurement existed, each layer of elevation more silent than the last. The treeline giving way to bare rock and the bare rock giving way to permanent ice and the permanent ice giving way to a territory where the sky seemed closer than the ground and the wind was not wind in any ordinary sense but the breath of something that had been exhaling for millennia. He was 14 by the time he reached the 7,000 steps, the ancient carved stairway that wound from the mountain's accessible reaches up to the monastery where the graybeards had been studying the voice in silence for hundreds of years. He had spent 8 months in Skyrim before attempting this climb, months of travel and observation and 2 additional word acquisitions from word walls he had located through a combination of research and the Dova soul's developing sensitivity to the resonance of carved dragon script. He now carried FUS, the first word of unrelenting force, and 2 words of other shouts, a travel word from a half-buried wall above Ivarstead and a fire-adjacent word from a wall near Helgen that he had not yet fully integrated. The 7,000 steps were not a metaphor. He counted. The final approach to High Hrothgar took him through a narrow passage between walls of ice so old they had turned blue, and then out onto a flat plateau where the monastery sat like something that had not been built but had emerged, as though the stone had always had this shape and the human hands that shaped it had merely revealed it. A monk opened the door before he had knocked. He was very old, or seemed very old, which was perhaps not the same thing in someone who had been meditating on the voice for a significant fraction of a century. He wore gray robes. He did not speak. He looked at Issei with eyes that had the quality of windows into a room where weather was happening. I have come to study, Issei said. I carry Dova's soul. I have words. I want to understand what I have. The monk looked at him for a long moment. Then he stepped aside. High Hrothgar was not comfortable. It was cold in the way that only things at significant elevation are cold, not a weather cold but an altitude cold, the specific temperature of a place that the sun only visits at angles. The graybeards were 4 in number, the eldest 2 so deep in their meditative practice that they communicated almost entirely through gesture. The other 2, relatively younger at what appeared to be 60 and 70 respectively, occasionally spoke in tones so carefully controlled that each syllable landed like a stone placed with intention. The one who had let him in was named Angier. He became Issei's primary interlocutor, not because the others were unwilling but because Angier seemed to have arrived at the conclusion, sometime in the first 3 days, that the boy who had climbed the 7,000 steps was not like the previous Dovakian candidates he had evaluated over the decades. "You have already learned if yes," Angier said on the 4th morning. "Yes." "From a wall?" "Yes. Most who come to us have not approached a word wall alone. Most come here first for guidance. You came here after. I needed to understand the mechanism before I wanted guidance on its application," Issei said. "Guidance without mechanism produces rote practitioners. I am not interested in being a rote practitioner." Angier considered this. The consideration had the quality of a process, not a pause. "What are you interested in being?" "Comprehensive," Issei said. He stayed at High Hrothgar for 4 months. It was, in several respects, the most productive 4 months of his second life so far. The Greybeards were not primarily teachers in the conventional sense. They were demonstrators of a specific quality of attention, people who had reduced their relationship with power to its most essential and least performative form. Watching them was not instructive in the way that reading a text is instructive. It was instructive in the way that watching a master craftsperson work is instructive, where what you learn is not the individual techniques but the relationship between the person and the material. What Issei took from it was a new understanding of the shout's architecture. He had been thinking of the 3 words of a shout as sequential: first word, second word, third word, each adding force to the expression. What the Greybeard's practice revealed was that this was a technically accurate but conceptually incomplete model. The 3 words were not additions. They were harmonics. The first word established the fundamental tone, the concept around which the shout organized. The second word was the overtone that gave the fundamental its specific character, the difference between a push and a directed push and a targeted push. The third word was the resonance that made the whole structure stable, the frequency that prevented the assertion from dissolving back into noise before it had fully changed the world it was addressed to. This was significant for the integration problem. If the 3 words were harmonic rather than sequential, then the gear's amplification of the lock substrate would not simply add force to each word individually. It would amplify the coherence of the entire harmonic structure, which meant that the effect was not additive but multiplicative. A shout delivered at significant gear interval would not be merely louder. It would be more internally consistent, more complete as an assertion, more difficult for reality to resist. He wrote 12 pages about this in his journal the night the realization fully crystallized. Angier, reading over his shoulder in the early morning, was silent for a very long time. "No one has modeled it this way," the old monk said finally. "Has anyone tried?" "Not in my experience." "What does your experience say about the accuracy of the model?" Another long silence. "It says," Angier said carefully, "that if you are right, then what you are describing is not simply a stronger shout. It is a different kind of assertion. One that the world might find it more difficult to partially comply with." "Yes," Issei said. "Exactly that. The traditional practice discourages full 3-word shouts in non-critical contexts because the force is difficult to direct with precision. Your model suggests that the issue of precision is addressable through amplification of the harmonic structure. My model suggests that precision and force are not in the traditional trade-off relationship when the harmonic coherence is high enough. Which changes the calculus about when full shouts are appropriate." Angier sat down. This was unusual. The Greybeards generally remained standing or kneeling, the sitting position being associated with deep meditation rather than conversation. "You are going to change things," the old monk said. It was not a compliment, or a criticism. It was an observation delivered with the neutrality of someone who had been meditating on change for long enough to understand that it was not inherently positive or negative. "Yes," Issei said. "That was always the plan." The second and third words. Before he descended from the throat of the world, the eldest Greybeard, a man whose name had been reduced to the single-syllable Bori by decades of vocal economy, brought him to a chamber deep in the mountain's interior where a word wall had been carved directly into the living rock. This was not like the outdoor walls he had found in the ruins. This was a teaching wall, built with intention rather than simply inscribed as a record. The dragon who had carved it had been working within a specific pedagogical tradition, and the words on this wall were the second and third words of unrelenting force. RO and DH. Balance and push in the compressed translation, though by now he had enough facility with the dragon language's actual semantic field to know that RO was closer to the concept of full commitment of force without division, the focusing quality that made a push a blow rather than a shove, and DH was the concept of the complete removal of resistance, the assertion that there is nothing here that does not yield. Together with FUS, the full shout was FUSRODH, and when he absorbed the second and third words from the wall and breathed them into the harmonic structure with the first word already present, the combination resonated in his chest like a bell that had been waiting its entire existence to be struck. He was careful. He breathed very carefully for several minutes before attempting even the single word form. Then he stepped to the far end of the chamber, oriented himself toward the blank wall opposite the word wall, and spoke. Thus-aro-da. The back wall of the chamber acquired a crack from floor to ceiling. The sound that the shout made was not a sound in the conventional sense. It was the sound of a sentence in a language that did not have a medium in the way that spoken language required a medium. It moved through stone the way thought moves through a mind. The silence after it was very deep. Bori looked at the cracked wall. Then he looked at Issei with the expression of someone who has been watching people attempt something for a very long time, and has just seen it done in a way he did not expect. Again the old man said, "Is the wall structurally critical?" A pause. "No." Then again. He activated the gear first. Let 2 intervals build. Felt the lock substrate amplify as the gears doubling ran across the adjacent spiritual architecture. Felt the harmonic structure of the assembled shout shift in quality, become more internally coherent, more complete. He breathed. Thus-aro-da. The wall did not simply crack. It moved, not catastrophically. Not in the way of a wall subjected to brute force. It moved the way something moves when the assertion about its movability has been made in a language it does not have the option of disagreeing with. 3 stones separated from their mortar and rotated 90 degrees. A section of the floor in front of the wall tilted approximately 5 degrees from level, and then corrected. The crack that had existed from the first shout healed itself, and was replaced by a different crack running at a precisely different angle. Bori stood very still for a long time. "You amplified the lock," he said finally. "Yes. The other thing you carry. The gauntlet. It doubles my baseline power at intervals. The lock substrate responds to the same amplification as the rest of my spiritual energy. My model suggests this produces harmonic coherence effects rather than simple force addition." Bori was quiet for long enough that Issei began to wonder whether the conversation was over. "Paarthurnax will want to see you," the old graybeard said finally. "Paarthurnax," Issei repeated. "The oldest of the students of the Way of the Voice. He lives at the summit." A pause. "He is a dragon." Issei felt Drake shift in his awareness, a deep and interested stirring. "When?" Issei asked. "Tomorrow morning," Bori said. "Give him time to become accustomed to the sound of you before the meeting. He can hear from the summit?" "He is a dragon," Bori said again, as though this answered everything, which, Issei reflected, it probably did. He slept that night in the small cell they had given him at High Hrothgar, listening to the mountain be silent around him, and thought about what it would mean to speak with an ancient dragon in a language that was also the grammar of the world. He thought about Drake, residing behind his sternum with the steady warmth of a companion who had made a choice and was not regretting it. He thought about the plan, the vast and patient architecture of it, and the way each new element that fell into place revealed the shape of the next required element. He had been in this world for 14 years. He had one complete shout, a gear at full integration with his spiritual structure, a set of allies in embryonic form, and a preliminary understanding of the continent he was moving through. He was, he thought, approximately 8% of the way to where he needed to be. This was satisfying. 8% of a sufficiently large plan was still an enormous amount of territory already covered, and the territories ahead, while more difficult, were also more interesting. He closed his eyes and slept, and in whatever way Drake slept, the dragons slept alongside him. Outside, the mountain breathed. And somewhere at its peak, old and patient and carrying the accumulated weight of centuries spent learning to want nothing, Paarthurnax turned his great head toward the monastery below and listened to the silence of a new kind of thing in the world. He listened for a long time. He found that he was curious. Act 2, The Mountain and the City. Chapter 5, The Summit Conversation. Paarthurnax. The summit of the throat of the world was not silent. He had expected silence, based on everything he had read and everything the Greybeards had said and not said about the peak above their monastery. He had constructed an image of a place so high and cold and ancient that sound itself had stopped bothering to visit. What he found instead was wind, not the wind of the lower mountain, which was weather in the ordinary sense, but a wind that carried the specific acoustic quality of enormous open space, the sound that exists only where there is nothing in any direction for a very long way. He climbed the final approach in the gray pre-dawn light, each step deliberate on the ice that the monastery's stairway gave way to beyond the last carved banister. The Greybeards had not accompanied him. Arngeir had pointed toward the upper path and said simply, "He will come to you," and Bori had closed the inner door with a sound that had the quality of a full stop. The summit plateau was perhaps 40 paces across, a rough circle of ancient stones swept clean by wind that never stopped. At the far edge stood a carved stone that was not a word wall in the sense of the teaching walls he had encountered below. It was older, the script worn by centuries into something barely legible, the inscription not a shout but a statement, a sentence in the dragon language that he could only half read but whose general weight he could feel, a declaration of some kind, a commitment made by someone who had understood that language was also contract. He stood in front of it and waited. The dragon arrived from above. This was not the subtle arrival of something that wished to be unnoticed. The wing beats were each a separate event, a percussion with a pressure component that he felt in his chest before his ears registered it. The wind of the descent scattered loose ice crystals in a spiral that refracted the early light. Then the dragon landed, and the summit stone accepted the weight of it with a resonance that moved through the soles of his feet and up through his spine and arrived at the base of his skull as a single vibrating chord. Paarthurnax was old. Not old in the way of the Greybeards, who wore their age as accumulated stillness. Old in the way of something that had participated in events that the rest of the world's current inhabitants had only inherited as consequence. His scales were the color of weathered granite, gray shot through with silver, and his eyes were amber gold, slow burning, calibrated to a patience that made Issei's own considerable patience feel like a brief enthusiasm. They regarded each other for a moment that stretched without becoming uncomfortable. "Dremyaulok," the dragon said. "Peace, fire, sky." The traditional greeting of the dragon tongue, spoken in the original language, not as a translation but as the thing itself. Issei felt the Dova soul in his chest respond to it the way a tuning fork responds to the struck note that shares its frequency. He breathed, letting the harmonic settle, and answered in the same language, working through the phonetics he had spent months learning from texts, which was an imperfect method, but the best available. "Dremyaulok," he said back. Paarthurnax went still in a way that was different from the stillness he had already been exhibiting. It was the stillness of something that had received unexpected information and was processing it before revising its model of the situation. "Speak again," the dragon said. In the common tongue now, which told Issei something about the old dragon's estimate of his linguistic facility in the original language. "I am Issei. I carry Dova's soul, which you already know, because Bori told you and because you could hear it from the summit even before Bori told you. I also carry something that does not belong to this world, a sacred gear, a relic of supernatural mechanics from a different cosmology entirely. The interaction between the two systems is what I came to High Hrothgar to understand, and the Greybeards have helped me significantly. But there are questions that the Greybeards cannot answer because the questions require a native speaker of the dragon tongue and 4 centuries of observational history with power systems of the relevant type." Paarthurnax did not move for a long time. "You are a boy," the dragon said finally. Not with dismissal, and not with the specific tone of someone noting an inconvenient fact. More with the quality of someone updating a catalog entry. Physically, Issei agreed. "In most other respects I am considerably older than my body suggests, but the body is what it is for now, and I have learned to work within its current constraints while developing the capacity to exceed them in sequence. The Greybeards say you have modeled the Thu'um as a harmonic system." "Yes. They say you demonstrated the amplified shout in Bori's teaching chamber. Yes. Bori does not excite easily, Paarthurnax said. He was excited. The wall moved rather than cracked. I think that was the exciting part. Tell me, the dragon said, settling his enormous weight more comfortably on the summit stone with a sound like a quarry accepting a large delivery, about the other thing you carry. The gear. In your own words, in your own framework. I want to understand it as you understand it, not as it would be described in the language of this world. Issei sat down on the stone. The wind was extraordinary at this altitude, intimate and enormous at once, and the cold had a quality of clarification that he found conducive to precise thinking. He told Paarthurnax about the boosted gear. He started with the mechanical description, the doubling intervals, the transfer and burst capabilities, the exponential scaling curve. Then he moved to the substrate analysis, the spiritual energy basis, the amplification layer interface with the nervous system, the current state of the integration problem. Then he explained the theoretical framework he had developed for the interaction between the gear's doubling and the lock substrate's response, the harmonic coherence hypothesis, the evidence from the chamber demonstration, the remaining gaps in the model. He spoke for approximately 40 minutes. The dragon listened without interruption, which was itself a form of communication. Issei had spoken with many powerful beings in his previous life, and the ones worth taking seriously were always the ones who could listen without performing their listening. When he finished, Paarthurnax was quiet for a long while. The wind moved between them. Your harmonic coherence model is correct, the dragon said at last. I can tell you this with more certainty than the graybeards could because I am a native speaker of the language in which the shout is made. When you spoke FUSRODH in the chamber below, amplified by your gear, I heard it from this peak. It was not simply louder. The semantic density was different. It was more completely itself. Less subject to the usual dissipation that occurs when an assertion runs against the natural resistance of the world. Semantic density, Issei repeated, filing the term. The world does not passively comply with shouts, Paarthurnax said. The world has its own nature, its own preferred state. When you assert something against its preferred state, the world resists partially. Most shouts are partially resisted. A sufficiently semantically dense assertion, one that is complete enough in itself that the world cannot find the gaps through which to insert its preferred alternatives, is resisted less. At the theoretical limit, an assertion with perfect semantic density would simply be true, without effort, the way an equation can be true without the numbers needing to convince each other. Issei felt the hypothesis he had been building crystallize into something sharper. So the gear's amplification of the lock substrate is not increasing the force of the assertion. It is increasing the completeness of it. Yes. Which means the failure mode I was worried about, the structural damage from force exceeding what the body can contain, is less relevant than I thought. The concern should not be about force magnitude, but about semantic coherence. Whether the body can hold the completeness of a maximally coherent assertion without the fabric of what I am beginning to identify with the assertion rather than remaining separate from it. The dragon's amber eyes brightened slightly, a subtle shift that Issei interpreted as the draconic equivalent of leaning forward. You have just identified a danger that most Dovahkian never consider, Paarthurnax said, and there was something in the voice that was not quite gravity but was adjacent to it. The graybeards call it the absorption problem, though they have never named it precisely in those terms. A sufficiently coherent shout does not merely assert a truth about the world. It partially makes the speaker into the truth being asserted. This is manageable at ordinary levels of practice. The world's resistance keeps the boundary clear, the assertion remains a statement made by a separate person rather than a condition that the person enters. But if the resistance is lowered by heightened semantic density, the boundary is maintained only by the speaker's own clarity of self. Issei sat with this for a while. So I need to know who I am, he said finally. Very precisely and very completely. Not as a spiritual exercise but as a technical requirement. Yes. Because a shout at maximum gear amplification, if my harmonic coherence model is correct, would have near minimal world resistance. And near minimal world resistance means the boundary between me and the assertion is maintained only by my own sense of being distinct from it. Correct. And if that boundary fails, Then the assertion and the speaker become the same thing for the duration of the shout. This is not fatal. But it produces effects that are very difficult to reverse, and the person who returns from it is not quite the same as the person who entered it. Issei thought about this with the specific attention he gave to problems that were genuinely interesting rather than merely dangerous. The solution is not to avoid the high coherence shout, he said. The solution is to have a sufficiently well-defined self that the assertion cannot absorb it. To know precisely who and what I am in a way that constitutes a competing definition, one the world will recognize as not the shout even when the shout is at maximum semantic density. You understand quickly, Paarthurnax said. There was no flattery in it. It was an observation, delivered with the same neutrality with which the dragon had made all his observations. I have had practice at thinking about identity under pressure, Issei said. In my previous life there were forces that tried very hard to define me as something other than what I was. I learned early that the most important thing was not fighting those definitions but having a clearer one of my own. The sun had risen fully during their conversation, and the summit of the throat of the world was now brilliant with reflected light. The ice around them throwing small rainbows, the sky at this altitude a deep and saturated blue that made the sky visible from the valleys below look like a pale approximation. What is it that you want? Paarthurnax asked. Not the next step. Not the next 5 steps. What is the thing you are ultimately building toward? It was the most direct question anyone had asked him, including Drake in the between place. He considered it seriously. A kingdom, he said at last. Not a kingdom in the sense of a territory governed by claim of blood or conquest. A kingdom in the sense of a stable and self-sustaining system, a place where every kind of person, every race and origin and capability, can participate in something larger than themselves. Where the architecture of power is not determined by who was born first or who can hit hardest, but by who contributes most to the coherence of the whole. Where the things that the current political arrangements are getting wrong, the waste, the exclusion, the zero-sum thinking, are solved by design rather than by accident. He paused. Also, practically speaking, I need a fortified base of operations with access to major trade routes, a defensible perimeter, a mixed workforce with skills across the relevant domains, and diplomatic relationships with at least 3 major factions before I am in a position to make any of the larger claims. So the kingdom is the destination. The next several years are the infrastructure. Paarthurnax regarded him with those ancient amber eyes for a very long time. I have lived, the dragon said, for a very long time. I have known kings and conquerors and visionaries and fools, often in the same person. I have not heard anyone describe conquest and infrastructure planning in the same breath with equivalent seriousness. Both are required, Issei said. Conquest without infrastructure is occupation. Infrastructure without the capacity to defend it is charity to whoever is willing to take it. Come back, Paarthurnax said, when you have built the first of your fortresses. I would like to see what you consider defensible. Issei descended the mountain with the conversation sitting in the center of his mind like a new structural element, something to build around. He had come to High Hrothgar for understanding. He had left with understanding, and also with the clear and settled sense that the project he was engaged in was larger than he had estimated, and that this was not a problem but a reason to work harder. Drake was warm behind his sternum the whole way down, the descent and the letter. Lyra was waiting for him in Ivarstead. This was not strictly according to the plan, which had specified that she would travel to Whiterun and establish initial contact with the companions while he completed his time at High Hrothgar. The fact that she was instead sitting at a table in the inn at the foot of the throat of the world mountain with a cup of mead she had not touched, and the expression of someone who had been waiting longer than they expected to and had spent the time usefully, thinking, was a deviation that he filed under instructive. You waited, he said, sitting across from her. I went to Whiterun first, she said. I spoke with the Harbinger. Codlac Whitemane. He is. She paused, selecting words. He is a serious person. He took the meeting because I mentioned your name and described your general capabilities, which I may have slightly exaggerated. How slightly? I said you had demonstrated the Thursday which is not an exaggeration, based on what you told me. What was his response? He said that anyone who had been to High Hrothgar and returned with confirmed voice ability before the age of 15 was a person the companions needed to evaluate, and that the evaluation would happen in a formal context with formal stakes. She paused again. He means a trial. Combat or close to it. He will not make it easy, Issei nodded. This was expected. The Companions were the premier martial organization in Skyrim precisely because they maintained standards that were inconveniently high for most people. An organization that offered easy entry would attract people who wanted membership rather than people who had earned it. What else? He said, reading the quality of her pause. She reached into the satchel beside her chair and produced a folded letter with a wax seal he did not recognize, a stylized tree in dark green wax. This arrived at the White Run in 2 days after I did. Addressed to you by name. He took it. Broke the seal. Read. The letter was from an Altmare woman who identified herself as Elenwi, described her position as a senior researcher at the College of Winterhold, and explained that she had heard from Celedian in Bruma, through the scholarly correspondence network that apparently connected every serious academic in the province whether they knew each other personally or not, about a young Dovahkian who had developed an analytical model of the Thursdayum that had impressed an Altmare scholar not noted for being easily impressed. She wrote that the college would be interested in discussing his research. She wrote that the college was, additionally, very interested in the object he carried on his left arm, which Celedian had described in terms that suggested he had been watching the manifestation when it occurred at the market and had the prudence not to mention it in person but had less prudence about mentioning it in writing. She wrote, at the end, in a tone that was careful and precise in the way of someone who had learned to be careful and precise, that the college's interest was scholarly rather than acquisitive, that she understood the difference between those two things, and that she hoped he did as well. He read it twice. Well, Lyra said. The College of Winterhold has heard about the gear, he said. That was fast. Celedian saw it manifest. I should have anticipated that. The Altmare scholarly network is extensive, and the college actively monitors reports of unusual magical phenomena. He folded the letter. This changes the sequence slightly. The Companion's trial needs to happen before I visit Winterhold, because a demonstrated affiliation with the Companions will affect how the college receives me, and I want to enter that relationship from a position of established capability rather than interesting novelty. You are treating the college as a strategic variable. Everything is a strategic variable until it becomes an ally, he said. The college has knowledge I need, specifically their archive on pre-Merithic magical theory, which is the closest thing this world has to a theoretical framework for understanding systems with the gear's architecture. But the relationship has to be built on the right foundation, or the knowledge comes with conditions I cannot accept. Lyra looked at him with the expression she had developed over the several months of their correspondence and intermittent direct collaboration, the expression of someone who had decided to extend significant trust to a person significantly younger than herself, and was regularly presented with evidence that this had been a reasonable decision. When do we go to Whiterun? She asked. Tomorrow morning, he said. I want 1 day to rest after the climb and to write a reply to the Winterhold letter. I want to establish the correspondence as genuine scholarly exchange before we meet in person. It will take time to reach Winterhold and additional time for a reply to reach us. Use the interval well. She nodded. He had come to understand, a very high tolerance for plans that involve long sequences of steps, possibly because she had spent years navigating the specific long-game obstruction of trying to join an organization that kept declining to say no formally while also declining to say yes. He wrote the letter to Elenwi that evening, 3 pages, carefully structured, demonstrating enough of his analytical framework to establish credibility while holding back the most significant implications of the harmonic coherence model. An opening bid, not a full disclosure. He wrote in the tone of a scholar who understood the reciprocal obligations of correspondence, which is to say, he was willing to be interesting if she was willing to be useful. He sealed it, and paid the innkeeper's boy to carry it to the courier in the next town. Then he ate a large meal and slept deeply and dreamlessly, which was not always his experience in this world, and woke the next morning to Lyra banging on his door with the characteristic efficiency of someone who had decided that his sleeping habits were a logistics problem. Whiterun, she said through the door. I know, he said, already dressing. Chapter 6. The Hall of the Companions. Jorrvaskr. Whiterun was built around its own elevation, the city climbing in tiers up the rock the Nords had named Dragon's Reach, culminating at the Jarl's Hold high above the plains of the surrounding hold. The smell of the place, which reached them before the walls did, was grain and smoke and the specific mineral quality of running water over stone, the river that fed the city's wells moving under the lower tiers and channels carved so long ago that the original builders had become legend. He catalogued it the way he catalogued everything, not from habit but from deliberate practice, the accumulation of sensory data about a place as an investment in understanding how it worked and what its pressure points were. Lyra walked beside him with the ease of someone who had been here before. She had not been here often, but she had been here enough, and the specificity of her familiarity, the way she navigated without consulting landmarks, the way she checked certain doors without seeming to, told him she had been using the time since Whiterun to map the city's functional architecture. He approved of this without mentioning it. Approval mention tends to become expectation, and expectation tends to constrain the behavior it was approving. Jorrvaskr sat on the elevated tier near the Gilder-green tree, a mead hall of ancient construction whose age was visible in the quality of the timber, dark with decades of smoke and wear, fitted with the specific precision of craftspeople who had understood that the building would need to last. It smelled, at a distance, of food and metal and the accumulated scent of many people living in close proximity to their own purposes. Codlac Whitemane was inside. He was larger than the door suggested, not in the way of excessive physical size but in the way of someone who occupied exactly as much space as they needed to and no less, a quality of presence that Issei associated with people who had been genuinely dangerous for a long time and had stopped needing to demonstrate it. He was old, gray-bearded, with eyes that had seen enough to have stopped being surprised by most things and had not yet resigned themselves to seeing nothing new. He looked at Issei for a long moment after Lyra made the introduction. You are younger than I expected, Codlac said. I hear that, Issei said. Celedian's letter described someone who had constructed an analytical framework for the voice. I was expecting a scholar. The scholar and the other thing are the same person, Issei said. I find that integration more useful than the alternative. What alternative? Treating thinking and fighting as separate disciplines. They are not. Fighting is applied thinking conducted at high speed under adverse conditions. The thinking you do before the fight determines the quality of the thinking available during it. Codlac's expression shifted slightly, a subtle adjustment that Issei read as something between interest and assessment. The companions have a trial, the Harbinger said. For those who seek to join. I know. You are aware that we have not, historically, made accommodations for the age of applicants. I would not want you to, Issei said. Accommodations would compromise the result, and I need the result to be accurate. Another long look. Then Codlac nodded once, the economical nod of someone who had made a decision and did not require additional ceremony to confirm it. Tomorrow morning, the Harbinger said. The training yard. You will face 2 of our shield siblings in sequence. The test is not about defeating them. It is about demonstrating that you understand what fighting is. Issei considered asking for a more specific rubric, and decided against it. A test that told you exactly what it was measuring was not measuring the thing it said it was measuring. The ambiguity was the point. Tomorrow morning, he said. The trial. The training yard of Jorrvaskr was a flat space behind the mead hall, open to the sky, packed earth that had absorbed enough blood and sweat over the centuries to have acquired a specific dark quality, not grim exactly but weight-bearing, the way the ground of old wrestling halls feels different from ordinary ground. 6 companions gathered to watch. Codlac stood at the far edge with his arms folded. Lyra stood to his left, which was not a position she had been assigned but which nobody had disputed, and which Issei had noted as an indication of the specific quality of her presence in a room, the way she naturally occupied the position that made the most sense. The first opponent was a Nord woman named Ela. She was perhaps 25, lean and quick, with the kind of physical confidence that comes not from size but from the perfect integration of capability with movement, every motion exactly as large as it needed to be and no larger. She carried a short sword and a round shield in the traditional Nord defensive configuration, and her footwork when she entered the yard was the footwork of someone who had been doing this since childhood. She looked at Issei the way you look at an interesting problem. He appreciated that. He did not activate the gear. This was a deliberate choice that he had made the night before, lying in the in-bed working through the scenarios. The gear would make him faster and stronger by the first interval and increasingly so thereafter, but using it immediately would tell him nothing about the quality of his unaugmented capability, and nothing about what the companions were actually testing. The ambiguity of the test rubric pointed towards something about foundation rather than limit, about what was actually there versus what could be borrowed. Ila moved first. She moved well, with the deceptive quality of someone who had learned to make the initial commitment look smaller than it was, the shoulder turning slightly to suggest a probe before the real weight came behind it. He recognized the structure. It was a variant of something Quintus had called the feather and stone, where the first motion was designed to elicit a defensive response that the second motion could exploit. He did not take the bait. He moved laterally instead of backward, which was the defensive answer the feather and stone was designed to defeat, and put himself at an angle to her follow-through that required her to reset rather than exploit. She reset quickly, very quickly, which upgraded his assessment of her considerably, and came back with something that was not from the same playbook but felt like a different language making the same sentence. He thought, for approximately 4 seconds of real time, she is a natural fighter who has been formally trained, and the formal training has been absorbed into instinct rather than remaining as procedure, which means she will adapt quickly to patterns she has seen before but will take slightly longer to adapt to genuinely novel approaches, because novel approaches require the conscious layer to interrupt the instinct layer. And that interruption is costly. He made his approach novel. Not baroque, not theatrical, not unnecessarily complicated. He simply began making choices that had no antecedent in any fighting style she was likely to have encountered, drawing on the specific intersection of Quintus's Imperial Legion forms and the thing he had been quietly developing over years of private study, a hybrid approach that treated combat as a problem of information asymmetry rather than force application. He was not trying to win. He was trying to demonstrate understanding. The exchange lasted for minutes, which was long for a sparring session where either participant was holding significant reserve. She hit him twice, once on the left forearm, she was precise, and once on the right shoulder, he had been too slow to read the angle change. He neutralized 17 of her committed attacks without either blocking or dodging in the conventional sense, redirecting the force rather than opposing it, which was a philosophical choice that he was fairly certain she would recognize even if she could not immediately name it. He stopped when he felt the session had said what it needed to say. He stepped back and lowered his hands. Ila stopped. They looked at each other. You were not trying to win, she said. No. You were demonstrating a principle. Yes. The principle that force is less important than angle. The principle that angle is a form of information, and information advantage is more durable than force advantage because force is subject to attrition and information compounds rather than depletes. Ila looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone who had fought many people and most of them had been trying to hit her, and she was recalibrating toward a category she encountered rarely. The second opponent, she said, and stepped back. The second opponent was a young Nord man named Vilkas, dark-haired where most Nords were fair, with a two-handed sword that was not for show and the specific kind of stillness that precedes committed violence. He was perhaps 22. And where Ila had the quality of water, always finding the path of least resistance to its destination, Vilkas had the quality of architecture, solid and intentional and not designed to move. He looked at Issei with an expression that was not hostility but was not warmth either. Evaluation, conducted without apology. I heard what you said to Ila, Vilkas said. About information advantage. Good, Issei said. It is a scholar's answer. Scholars fight, Issei said. They just fight about different things than other people. Vilkas moved. He was strong in a way that Issei had correctly anticipated from the posture but had slightly underestimated in execution, the kind of strength that had been developed specifically for the two-handed form's demand for whole-body commitment, and the commitment when it came was genuine and full and not recoverable. He could not fight Vilkas the way he had fought Ila, redirecting and neutralizing, because Vilkas's attacks did not leave surfaces to redirect, they left landscapes. He activated the gear. First interval only. The doubling settled through him like a wave of focused clarity, the signal layer amplifying, and he felt himself resolve into a sharper version of his own present, each motion more deliberate, each piece of incoming information arriving slightly earlier in his processing chain. He used it to survive the first 30 seconds, which were the 30 seconds during which Vilkas was most committed to the initial pattern, and then he began to build the picture. Vilkas was extraordinary. He was also, Issei could now see with the gear sharpened perception, slightly asymmetric in his guard. The left side, the non-dominant side of the two-handed form, recovered from heavy commitment approximately 1/10 of a second slower than the right. This was not a flaw exactly, it was simply the mechanical reality of a form designed around a specific set of priorities, and it would not be exploitable by anyone operating at his normal pace against Vilkas's normal pace. But Issei was not operating at normal pace. He waited for the right commitment, the heavy descending attack that was Vilkas's most powerful motion and therefore the one that left the asymmetric recovery most exposed. When it came, he moved inside it, not away from it, which was the counterintuitive answer that the feather and stone principle suggested and the iron gate made possible, and placed his hand on Vilkas's sword arm with just enough controlled force to change the landing by 6 inches. The sword buried itself in the packed earth. Issei stepped back. Vilkas looked at the sword in the ground. Then he looked at Issei. Then he said something in the old Nord tongue that Issei's language studies had not yet fully covered but that he interpreted from context as an expression of surprised professional respect. "What did you use?" Vilkas asked, reaching down to pull the sword free. "At the end. The thing that changed your speed." "A birthright," Issei said. Same answer he had given Quintus years ago. "Something I was born with. It makes me faster, among other things." "Magic?" "Something more specific than that. Something that scales." Vilkas looked at him for a moment longer. Then he turned and walked back to the watching group, and something passed between him and Kodlak in the particular economy of people who had been communicating for years and could do it with very little surface expression. Kodlak looked at Issei. "You are a companion," the Harbinger said. "The weight of membership." Membership in the companions came with obligations, which was exactly as Issei had expected and intended. The companions were not a guild in the strictly mercantile sense. They were closer to a warrior order with specific cultural commitments, to the idea of excellence for its own sake, to the principle that a shield sibling's life was worth defending at personal cost, to the notion that the reputation of the whole was the responsibility of each part. He took these obligations seriously, not because the companions were his destination. They were not, and he had been honest with Kodlak about this in a private conversation the day after his acceptance, explaining that he was building towards something larger than Whiterun and needed a foundation of demonstrated capability and established relationships before the larger project could advance. Kodlak had listened to this with the expression of a man who had heard many young people describe large plans and had developed a reliable model for distinguishing the ones that were genuine from the ones that were performances. The old Harbinger had said, "The companions have never been a resting place. We have always been a training ground. Anyone who is worth what they claim they are worth has always moved through here on their way to something else. The obligation is to contribute fully while you are here and to carry the name with honor afterward. The rest is none of our business." Issei had taken this as the genuine understanding it was, and had thereafter proceeded to be the most useful companion in Jorrvaskr for approximately the next 14 months. He took contracts. He took the difficult ones, the ones that involved multiple threats in variable terrain, the ones where the briefing information was incomplete and the solution space required improvisation. He completed them with an efficiency that the other companions began to discuss in the specific tone of people who are not sure whether to be impressed or unsettled and are defaulting to impressed because the alternative requires more energy. He trained with Ila every second day. She was the best fighter in Jorrvaskr, Vilkas included, because her adaptability was more developed than his strength was unusual, and she became over the course of those 14 months the person in the companions who understood his approach most clearly, not because she had adopted it but because she had fought it enough to understand its shape. "You never fight the same way twice," she said one afternoon, after a session that had lasted longer than either of them had planned. I fight the same way every time, he said. The application varies. The principle is constant. What is the principle? The fight is a problem. Problems have solutions. The solution depends on the specific parameters of the specific problem, not on a preset response. The preset response is the failure mode, not the default. Ila considered this with the quality of attention she brought to everything she found genuinely interesting. Most fighters would say the preset response is the foundation. The thing you fall back on when there is not time to think. Most fighters are wrong about what the foundation is. The foundation is the capacity to think quickly, not the specific thought. The preset response is a substitute for that capacity in people who have not developed it. If the capacity is present, the preset response is unnecessary. And if the capacity fails under sufficient pressure? Then I have a problem, he said honestly. But the solution to that is developing the capacity further, not substituting the preset response. The preset response has a ceiling. The capacity does not. They work together well, which was a thing that had not been guaranteed and had become genuinely valuable. Ila was not a person who trusted quickly, and she was not a person who made partnerships out of convenience. The partnership she extended to him over those months was the kind that was built out of mutual recognition, two people who had looked at each other's approach and understood it well enough to respect it without needing it to be the same as their own. He also wrote to Elenwi at Winterhold every 3 weeks. The correspondence had developed into something he had not fully anticipated, which was a genuine intellectual exchange rather than a strategic one. Elenwi was, it became clear through her letters, one of the most rigorous thinkers on magical theory in Tamriel, with a specific focus on the intersection of soul mechanics and linguistic power that put her work directly adjacent to his own research. She had been studying what she called the semantic architecture of spell mechanics for 30 years, developing a model of magical language that had more in common with his harmonic coherence framework than either of them had initially expected. The letter in which she first connected her semantic architecture model to his harmonic coherence framework was 7 pages long and contained 3 diagrams. He had read it 4 times and supped on it before replying. His reply was 9 pages and contained 5 diagrams. Her next letter began, "I have shown your diagrams to 2 colleagues without explaining their source, and they have both independently concluded that the author must be a senior researcher with significant practical experience in both Thu'um and structured magical theory. I have not corrected their assumption, and I am beginning to feel that this correspondence requires a more direct format. I will be in Whiterun on the 12th of the coming month on unrelated college business. If you are available, I would like to meet." He wrote back, "I will be here. Bring the practical data you mentioned in your 3rd letter. I have developed an experimental framework that may allow us to test the 3rd derivative of your semantic architecture model directly against lock substrate behavior, but I need the raw observations from your crystalline resonance trials to calibrate the comparison." Chapter 7. The Scholar from the North. Elenwi. She was not what he had expected, which was itself informative. He had constructed, from the letters, a model of Elenwi as someone precise and formal and operating at the remove that Altmer scholars typically maintain from the world they studied. The Altmeri scholarly tradition prized detachment as a methodological virtue, the argument being that proximity to your subject introduced biases that contaminated the quality of the conclusion. He had therefore prepared for someone cool and carefully bounded. The woman who walked through the door of the inn where they had arranged to meet was precise, but the precision was operational rather than effective. She moved with the economy of someone who had spent significant time in environments where unnecessary motion was a cost. She was tall in the way of the Altmer, gold-skinned, with the amber eyes that were the characteristic of her people, and she looked at the room the way he looked at rooms, with the cataloging attention of someone building a situational map. She saw him, assessed his age with the brief recalibration of someone whose expectations had been revised, and sat down across from him without preamble. "You are 15, she said. "Yes," he said. "Your letters read as considerably older. I have been told." "Does that bother you?" "It is accurate," he said. "Whether it bothers me is a separate question from whether it is true." She looked at him for a moment. Then she placed the satchel she had been carrying on the table and opened it, and began removing papers with the focused efficiency of someone who had decided to skip the social architecture and move directly to the substance. The crystalline resonance trials, she said. 14 months of data. The third derivative of the semantic architecture model maps to your harmonic coherence framework in the way you predicted in your 7th letter, but with an anomaly in the data set between months 8 and 11 that I have not been able to explain. I think it is relevant to what you are working on. I want your reading of it before I commit to an interpretation. He pulled the papers toward him and read. It took 20 minutes. She sat across from him and waited with the quality of patience that belongs to someone who has spent decades doing research that required long periods of waiting for results. She ordered food at some point, placed something in front of him without comment, and he ate it without looking up. The anomaly in months 8 through 11, he said finally, is the signature of a resonance boundary effect. Your crystalline substrate has a natural frequency that is very close to the mid-range lock harmonic, and in the 8th month you changed your observation intervals from weekly to daily. The increased frequency of interaction is nudging the substrate toward the observed frequency through repetition, the same mechanism by which a tuning fork brought near another of similar pitch will eventually cause the second to vibrate. The anomaly is not in the data. It is in the experimental design. Elenwi was very still for a moment. I changed the intervals because the weekly data was showing increasing variation, she said. Yes. Because the substrate was beginning to respond to the weekly observations. The daily observations accelerated the effect, which is why the anomaly begins at month 8 rather than earlier, which means my crystalline data is contaminated for the purpose of baseline measurement. It means your baseline measurement period was months 1 through 7. After that you were measuring the resonance boundary effect, which is a different, and in some ways more interesting phenomenon. She looked at him with an expression that was processing something. More interesting how? The resonance boundary effect is the mechanism by which repeated shouts at a specific location gradually attune the local physical substrate to the shout's harmonic structure. This is documented in the Greybeard texts as an incidental effect, something noted but not extensively studied. But if the effect is as strong as your data suggests, and if it compounds over time the way your month 8 to 11 data indicates, then it has practical implications for the construction of fortifications with enhanced resistance to specific attack types. He paused, watching her. You have been thinking about this for some time, she said. Not a question. Since the conversation at High Hrothgar, he said. Paarthurnax described the mechanism in slightly different terms, but the underlying principle is the same. A structure that has been consistently exposed to a specific harmonic pattern will develop resistance to disruption at that frequency. The application to defensive architecture is, I think, significant. Elenwi folded her hands on the table in the gesture he had already come to associate with her doing serious thinking about something. You are not just a scholar, she said. No. You are building something. I told you in the letters, he said. Not in those terms, but the implication was there. I need the theoretical framework to be complete before the practical application makes sense. The research is not separate from the project. It is the first phase of it. What is the project? He had answered this question for Paarthurnax at the summit. He had answered a version of it for Kodlak and Jorvaskar. He considered how to answer it for Elenwi, who had a different framework and different stakes and different things to offer. I am going to establish a hold, he said. A territory with a fortified administrative center, governed on principles that are different from the existing Yao system. Open to all races on the basis of contribution rather than origin. With a research and development infrastructure integrated into the governance structure rather than adjacent to it. With defensive capability sufficient to deter the major regional powers from treating it as an acquisition opportunity. He paused. That is the first phase. The second phase is more ambitious. But I try not to describe the second phase to people I have not established sufficient trust with to know how they will receive it. Elenwi looked at him for a long time. I am an Altmaier, she said finally. I am affiliated with an institution that the Thalmor considers a resource. My personal politics and the Thalmor's politics are not the same thing, but I am not in a position where that distinction is always recognized from outside. I know, he said. I have read everything publicly available about the college's relationship with the Aldmeri Dominion. I know the difference between the college's leadership's position and the Thalmor's position, and I know that the distinction matters to you specifically because of the work you have been doing in the area of pre-Dominion magical history, which the Thu'um would not fund if they understood what it implied. Her expression shifted. Something careful and then something more open. What do you think it implies? She asked quietly. That the current Altmarai cultural narrative about the superiority of Altmarai magical tradition is historically incomplete in ways that are politically inconvenient. And that the people at the college who have been quietly documenting the completeness of the historical record are doing something that requires both courage and good judgment about what to publish and when. A long silence. The college, Elenwi said, has been considering what its options are if the political situation in Skyrim becomes difficult for institutions that maintain any independence from the Dominion's agenda. The current thinking is limited because the options available are limited. Most of my colleagues believe the only real protection is political invisibility. Political invisibility is a strategy that depends on remaining uninteresting to powerful parties, Issei said. It stops working as soon as you produce anything worth having. Given the quality of the work the college is doing, invisibility has perhaps another 10 years before it fails. And your alternative? A different kind of patron. One with the capability to deter acquisition and the incentive to protect the independence of the knowledge infrastructure. She looked at him for a very long time. You are 15, she said again. I know, he said. But the plan does not depend on my current age. It depends on the quality of the foundation I build between now and the point where the plan requires me to be more than 15. Elenwi picked up her tea, which had gone cold during the conversation, and drank it anyway with the expression of someone who had reached a decision. Tell me about the fortification design, she said. The one with the resonance boundary effect integrated into the defensive architecture. I want to understand the structural implications. They talked until the inn's other guests had gone to bed. Outside, Whiterun settled into its night sounds, the guards on their rounds, the Gildergreen moving in the wind above the city's upper tier, the distant sound of the plains. Inside, the conversation built itself into something that both of them, in different ways, recognized as the beginning of a collaboration that would matter. Vilkas. Vilkas came to him on the 18th day of the second month, which Issei had calculated in advance as approximately the point at which the other companion's assessment process would conclude. Vilkas was not a person who made decisions quickly. He was a person who made decisions carefully, which produced the same visible result in the short term but was a very different phenomenon. He had been watching Issei since the trial, not with hostility but with the focused attention of a scholar who happened to operate in the medium of combat rather than language, building a model with sufficient precision to trust. I want to train with you, Vilkas said. Properly. Not sparring sessions with an audience. Training, with the goal of both of us getting better. Issei considered the offer. Vilkas was the most formally educated fighter in Jorrvaskr, the one who had studied the history of combat as well as its practice, who had read the old imperial manuals and the surviving fragments of the dragon cult's martial traditions. Training with him would not give Issei capability that Issei did not already have in seed form, but it might give him precision and vocabulary for things he was currently doing by instinct. What do you want in return? Issei asked. Because Vilkas was not someone who offered things without understanding the exchange. I want you to explain the theoretical framework. The information asymmetry approach. I have been working on it for 2 months since the trial, and I understand the broad shape, but I am missing something in the foundational logic. Which part? The part where it says angle is a form of information. I understand the claim. I cannot see the mechanism. Issei nodded. This was a real gap and a reasonable request. The mechanism is this. When you commit to an attack angle, you communicate that angle to your opponent through the mechanics of body position. The commitment is physically visible before the attack lands. An opponent who is reading body position rather than watching the weapon can receive that communication and use it to be somewhere else before the weapon arrives. The angle is therefore not just a physical vector. It is a piece of information about where force is going, and information about where force is going is information about where force is not going, which is where you want to be. Vilkas was quiet for a moment with the quality of someone integrating something. The defense is not to block the angle, he said slowly. The defense is to not be at the angle. Yes. which is faster than blocking because blocking requires you to match the force and not being there requires only the movement of your own body weight. Yes. Which means the upper limit on the defense is your movement speed and not your strength to weight ratio. Yes. And movement speed scales differently than strength does under the gear's amplification, which is why the approach has compounding returns for someone with my specific capability set. But even without the gear, the principle holds. It is simply less pronounced. Vilkas looked at him with the expression that Issei had come to understand as his version of significant interest. Daily, Vilkas said. Before the morning meal. 1 hour of training, 1 hour of theoretical discussion. Agreed, Issei said. The training sessions with Vilkas became one of the most productive recurring events of the following months. Vilkas was a rare combination, technically precise enough to demonstrate forms with the accuracy of a serious instructor, intellectually honest enough to say when he did not understand something rather than performing understanding, and secure enough in his own capability that the experience of working with someone who approached fighting differently did not threaten him. He also taught Issei things he had not expected to learn. The old dragon cult martial traditions, preserved in Jorvaskar's archive in crumbling texts that nobody had read for several generations, contained elements that the more recent Nordic and imperial forms had discarded for reasons of convention rather than inefficiency. Vilkas had spent years recovering those elements, not as historical curiosity but as living technique, testing them in practice to determine which ones had been discarded for good reason and which had been discarded because the people who discarded them were not curious enough to keep them. The recovered techniques dovetailed with Issei's own hybrid approach in ways that neither of them had anticipated and both of them found deeply satisfying. Ila, watching one of their sessions from the doorway, said afterward to Lyra, "I am slightly worried about what happens when he grows up." Lyra said, "He was already grown up when he arrived." "I know," Ila said. "That is the part that worries me." Chapter 8, The Orc and the High Elf. Gorza. The contract took him to Markarth. Markarth was built into the Reach's stone the way a disease builds itself into a host, occupying the available architecture rather than imposing its own. The Dwemer had built the original structure thousands of years before any of the current inhabitants had existed, and the city that the Reach men and then the Nords and then the Imperial administration had subsequently superimposed on it had the quality of a translation that had never fully resolved the ambiguities in the original language. The contract involved a dispute over mining rights in the silver tunnels below the city, which was a political dispute that had been handed to the companions because both parties had decided that the judicial mechanisms of Markarth's governance were too compromised by the existing power dynamics to be trusted, and the companions' reputation for non-partisanship was their alternative. Issei had taken it precisely because the political complexity was interesting, and because Markarth was one of the cities he needed to understand before the later phases of the plan. He resolved the dispute in 3 days, which was faster than the parties had expected and involved a structural reorganization of the mining rights allocation that gave both sides slightly less than they had initially demanded and significantly more than the alternative of continued conflict would have produced. Both parties accepted it with the particular dissatisfaction of people who have been shown, with precision they could not argue with, exactly why their initial position was not optimal. On the 4th day, he went to the smelting quarter. The smelter in the lower city was operated by an orc woman named Gorza Giare Begal, and she was the person in Markarth who most interested him after the mining dispute, because the mining dispute had revealed that the quality of the metal processing in Markarth's silver operation was several decades behind what the Dwemer infrastructure in the same tunnel system should theoretically support. And the one person who had the technical background to understand why was Gorza. She was large the way orcs are large, not in the uniform way of someone whose size is simple mass but in the specific way of someone whose size is the accumulated result of both genetics and an extraordinary amount of physical work done over many years. She had the permanent squint of someone who spent significant time close to things that were very bright and very hot, and she was working at the forge with the focused efficiency of someone who did not have any attention to spare for visitors. He waited. After approximately 10 minutes she looked up. She looked at him with the specific kind of assessment that came from someone who did not place significant weight on social convention, and therefore expressed their evaluation directly through their face without any of the moderating signals that most people deployed to soften the impact. You are not a mining dispute person, she said. Not primarily, he agreed. I am interested in the Dwemer smelting equipment in the lower tunnels. Specifically in why it is being used at approximately 40% of its theoretical capacity. Gorza's expression shifted into something that was not quite surprised but was adjacently interested. Nobody has asked me that before, she said. I find that remarkable, he said. The capacity differential represents a significant opportunity cost. Someone with jurisdiction over the operation should have asked at least 5 years ago. The people with jurisdiction over the operation are not interested in Dwemer engineering theory. I am. She looked at him for another long moment, then set down the hammer she had been working with and crossed her arms. The Dwemer equipment operates on a resonance principle, she said. The smelting chambers were designed to use a specific harmonic frequency to break down or at the atomic level rather than through conventional heat alone. The frequency is generated by the resonance towers in the deep tunnel system, but 3 of the 7 towers are non-functional because the calibration crystals were removed 200 years ago by a collector who thought they were decorative, and sold them. Without full resonance, the chambers operate on conventional heat only, which is why efficiency is at 40%. Issei felt something happen in the area of his mind where the plan lived, a connection forming between 2 pieces he had not previously placed adjacent to each other. What frequency? He asked. The Dwemer used a base frequency of 434 cycles per unit time in their standard resonance notation. I do not have the conversion to any modern system because the Dwemer unit time measurement is disputed. I have a conversion system, he said, which was technically true. He had developed a partial one based on the Greybeard text's references to natural resonance phenomena and Elenwi's crystalline resonance data. Can I see the resonance towers? She looked at him for a long time. You are a companion, she said, reading the insignia he wore. Yes. Why does a companion care about Dwemer resonance towers? Because I am not only a companion, he said, which was an answer that contained all the relevant truth without requiring him to explain a plan he was not yet ready to explain to someone he had known for 20 minutes. Gorza regarded him for another long moment. Then she took a key from her belt and held it out. 3rd level down, she said. The blue metal door. I will want to know what you find. He spent 6 hours in the lower tunnels. What he found confirmed his hypothesis and extended it significantly. The Dwemer resonance system was not simply a manufacturing tool. It was a comprehensive energy architecture, a network of resonance towers and calibration crystals that, at full operation, would generate a standing harmonic field through the entire mountain structure. The field had multiple functions, the manufacturing application Gorza had described being only the most surface-level one. Deeper in the schematics scratched onto the tunnel walls, he found evidence of applications that the Dwemer had apparently considered primary, structural reinforcement at the molecular level, which would explain why the Dwemer ruins were so intact after thousands of years, and a form of energy storage that used the resonance field itself as the storage medium. Accumulating power in the harmonic pattern the way a spring accumulates mechanical energy in its compressed state. He wrote 12 pages of notes. He also felt, in the deep part of the tunnel nearest the non-functional towers, a resonance that was different from the Dwemer system's designed frequency. It was lower, older, and it interacted with his Dova soul the way the hillside cave in Stonehall had interacted with it when he was 6 years old. The mountain itself was a resonant structure. The Dwemer had built their resonance system to complement the mountain's natural frequency rather than to compete with it. He sat in the dark for a while and let the Dova soul hear it. Old, Drake said from behind his sternum. Very old, Issei agreed. Older than the Dwemer construction. The mountain was resonant before they built here. They chose the location because of it. And now you are considering it as a possible location for something else. I am considering the resonance infrastructure as a template, he said carefully. Not this location specifically, but the principle. A fortification built on a naturally resonant geological structure, with a designed harmonic system that complements the natural resonance, would have defensive properties that neither element would have alone. Your conversation with Elenwi about the resonance boundary effect, Drake said. Yes. If repeated shouts attune a local substrate toward the shout's harmonic structure, and if the local substrate already has a natural resonance that is close to the relevant frequency, the attuning effect would be compounded. A fortification on the right geological substrate, developed over sufficient time with consistent harmonic practice, would become increasingly resistant to disruption at the relevant frequencies, which are the frequencies of most aggressive magical attacks, because most aggressive magical attacks in this world are structured around the same fundamental resonance bands as the Thu'um. You are designing a fortress that becomes harder to attack the longer it exists, Drake said. I am designing a fortress that becomes harder to attack the longer it is used as I intend to use it, he corrected. The defensive quality is a byproduct of the primary function. The primary function is to be a place where the right kind of work is done by the right kind of people. He climbed back to the smelting quarter and found Gorza waiting. He told her what he had found, including the architectural implications but not the full scope of where the insight was pointing. She listened with the focused attention of someone who had been waiting 20 years for someone to pay the right kind of attention to the system she had been operating. The calibration crystals, he said at the end. What would it take to replace them? They are not a standard mineral, she said. The Dwemer grew them using a process that was not preserved in any of the texts I have been able to access. The closest natural analog is the blue vein quartz found in the Reach's high mountain formations, but the Dwemer crystals had a structural alignment that the natural version does not. Could the alignment be induced? A long pause. In theory. If you had a way to expose the natural crystal to the right harmonic stimulus over sufficient time. He thought about the resonance boundary effect. About the way repeated exposure to a specific harmonic pattern gradually attuned a physical substrate toward that pattern. I think I might, he said. The reach and the promise. He spent 3 more weeks in Markarth. Part of this time was continued companion's work, one additional contract involving a bandit camp in the hills outside the city that he dispatched with characteristic efficiency. Part was continued research in the Dwemer tunnels, building his understanding of the resonance architecture with the methodical thoroughness he applied to everything. Most of it was spent with Gorza. She was, he concluded by the end of the 2nd week, the most technically gifted craftsperson he had encountered in either of his lives in several specific ways. Her understanding of material properties at the structural level was exceptional, grounded in decades of practical observation and supplemented by a self-directed scholarly practice that she had conducted entirely without acknowledgement or support because the people around her had decided that an orc blacksmith did not need theory, only repetition. This was precisely the kind of structural waste that made him impatient with the existing political order. You should be at the College of Winterhold, he told her one evening, which caused her to look at him with an expression that was not offended but was also not comfortable. The College of Winterhold does not take orcs as research fellows, she said. Currently, he said. The arrangement is not fixed. And the college is not the only institution capable of supporting serious research. What are you suggesting? He had not planned to make this offer yet. He had planned to build more infrastructure first, to have something concrete to point at rather than a description of something that did not exist yet. But Gorza was exactly the kind of person the plan required, and leaving her in a situation where her capability was being systematically underused while he built the infrastructure felt like the wrong sequencing. I am building something, he said. A fortified hold, governed on different principles than the ones currently operating in Skyrim. One of those principles is that capability is the relevant criterion for participation, not origin. Another is that the research function and the governance function are integrated rather than separate, meaning that the people doing the most significant technical work have direct access to the resources required for that work, rather than being dependent on the goodwill of patrons who may or may not understand what they are funding. Gorza listened to this without expression. I am not yet in a position to make a formal offer, he continued. I do not have a location, a completed design, or sufficient political standing to guarantee the promises I would need to make. But I am telling you now because you should be able to make decisions with full information, and the full information includes the fact that someone is building something that you would find worth joining. A long silence. How old are you? She asked. 15, he said. It is a recurring theme. You are making long-term infrastructure plans at 15. I have been making them longer than that, he said. She looked at him with the expression she had been developing over 3 weeks of working together, the expression of someone who had decided to revise their model of a situation significantly, and was still in the process of that revision. I am not going anywhere, she said finally. Markarth does not have a reason to lose me, and I do not have a better offer. But... She paused. When you have a location and a design, show me the plans. I will tell you whether the construction is possible. It was not a commitment. It was an invitation to continue the conversation when he had something more concrete to show. It was enough. He wrote to Elenwi that night, a longer letter than usual, describing the resonance boundary architectural concept in detail and asking whether the college's archive contained any Dwemer engineering schematics for the resonance tower construction. He also wrote to Lyra, who had remained in Whiterun developing her own relationships within the companions and her own intelligence network across the hold, updating her on the Markarth findings and asking her to begin identifying possible geological sites in Skyrim's mountain ranges that matched the natural resonance profile the architecture required. He sent both letters the next morning and began the journey back to Whiterun. The road through the Reach was not comfortable, because the political situation there was deteriorating in ways he had observed during his time in Markarth, and that he filed carefully for later reference. The Forsworn, the displaced Reachmen who had been fighting a running war with the Nord and Imperial inhabitants of the Reach for generations, were present along the road in the specific way of people who had decided that the road was a contested resource and were prepared to enforce that decision. He encountered a patrol of 3 on the second day's travel. They were not bandits in the ordinary sense. They were soldiers, or the forsworn equivalent of soldiers, organized and purposeful with a specific territorial logic rather than the opportunistic logic of mountain bandits. They stopped him with the body language of people enforcing a position rather than looking for an easy mark. Their leader was a woman, perhaps 30, with a specific quality of anger that comes from a very long history of being in the right about something that the world has consistently refused to acknowledge. Companion, she said, reading his insignia. Markarth business? Concluded, he said. I am returning to Whiterun. The companions work for whoever pays them. The companions work for whoever brings them a contract, he said. The mining dispute I resolved benefited both parties, either of whom was Nord-born. A pause. She was evaluating this. The Reach belongs to the Reachmen, she said. It was not a threat. It was a statement of position. I know the history, he said, which was true. He had read the available accounts of the Reachmen's displacement during the months in Markarth, because understanding the political landscape required understanding the grievances that organized people into conflict groups. The current arrangement is not just. That does not make your current methods optimal for producing a just arrangement. But that is a conversation for a different time and a different context, when I have something more concrete to offer than acknowledgement. The forsworn leader looked at him for a long time. What would a different context look like? She asked. One where someone is building something that the Reachmen could participate in on terms they had a role in designing, rather than being absorbed into someone else's system on someone else's terms. Another long silence. That person does not currently exist, she said. No, he agreed. Not yet. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had been offered something they could not currently evaluate. My name is Ravenna, she said. If the context you are describing becomes real, send word to the high camp above Broken Tower. Ask for the red braid. She stepped aside. Her patrol followed. He walked north through the Reach with 3 new data points about the political landscape and a connection he had not planned to make for another year. The plan, as plans sometimes do, was beginning to move faster than he had scheduled. He was not, precisely, surprised. He had built the plan with the assumption that capable people, when presented with a genuine alternative to the existing arrangements, would respond faster than the existing arrangements assumed they would. The existing arrangements were organized around the premise that most people were satisfied with their current options or lacked the capacity to recognize better ones. He had never found this premise convincing. The evidence so far supported his skepticism. He walked north and made notes, and thought about geology and resonance frequencies and the specific quality of structural loyalty that develops between people who have chosen each other rather than been assigned to each other. The mountains were beginning to feel familiar, which was not the same as feeling like home but was the precondition for it. He thought that he was getting closer. Act 3, The Ground Beneath Kingdoms. Chapter 9, The Site. What the Mountains Remember. Lyra found the location in the 3rd week of the 4th month. She had been searching for 2 months since Issei's letter from Markarth, working with the systematic patience that had become one of the qualities he relied on most, moving through the mountain holdings of Skyrim's eastern and central ranges on foot and by horse, and occasionally by asking people questions that she framed as casual curiosity but were in fact precisely calibrated intelligence gathering. She had been looking for a specific geological profile. A high-altitude site. Naturally resonant stone, the blue vein quartz variety that he had described in detail. Defensible terrain, multiple elevation tiers, at least one water source that could be made reliable year-round. Access to major routes without being on any route's primary line, close enough to travel as needed, far enough to be approached only with intention. The site she found was in the rift, in the eastern reach of the hold where the mountain range pushed its highest shoulders above the tree line, and the valleys below were deep enough to collect their own weather. She had found it by asking an old hunter in Ivarstead about caves above the snowline, and listening carefully to the way his description changed when he reached a specific set of elevations, the way people describe places that have affected them without knowing they are being descriptive. She led Issei there on a morning when the sky was the deep winter blue that belongs to days with no cloud cover and temperatures low enough to make everything sharp, every edge distinct, every distance legible. They climbed for 3 hours above the road. The site revealed itself gradually, the way significant things tend to reveal themselves to people who are paying the right kind of attention. First, the quality of the stone changed, the limestone of the lower mountain giving way to the blue vein quartz he had described, not as isolated veins but as the primary matrix of the rock, the whole mountain face here composed of it. Then the terrain opened from a narrow defile into a wide natural shelf, perhaps 200 paces across and 300 deep, protected on 3 sides by rock faces that rose another 100 feet above the shelf level and open on the 4th side to a view that covered most of the rift hold's valley below. He stood at the edge of the shelf and looked at the rock faces above and the valley below, and the specific quality of the geometry. He felt the Dova's soul respond the way it had responded in the Stonehall cave when he was 6 years old, with the recognition of compatible resonance, but stronger. This was not a minor deposit. The blue vein quartz here was the mountain's primary structure, and it was vibrating at a frequency that he now had enough experience to identify precisely. It was close to the lock harmonic. Not identical. Close. Close enough that repeated practice here would attune it over time, exactly as the resonance boundary effect predicted. You feel it, Lyra said. She had learned to read the quality of his stillness. The natural resonance is almost exactly where it needs to be, he said. The attuning work would take years, not decades. With consistent harmonic practice at this location, the substrate would reach full alignment in perhaps 5 years of regular use. What does full alignment give us? He turned to look at the shelf. He was mapping it the way an architect maps a site, not what it was but what it could be. The 3 enclosed walls gave natural defensive positions at multiple elevations. The open 4th side provided line of sight over the entire valley approach but was itself visible from the valley only as a dark line at high altitude, the kind of thing that looked like a natural rock feature rather than a constructed one from below. Full alignment means the stone itself becomes part of the defensive system, he said. Any attack structured around standard magical resonance frequencies would find the stone partially absorbing and partially reflecting the energy rather than transmitting it. Think of it as the stone having developed an immune response. Attacks that the environment has been exposed to repeatedly become progressively less effective. Lyra looked at the rock face above them with the expression she wore when she was revising her estimate of something upward. How long before we can build? She asked. Not yet, he said. The building comes after the foundation work. The foundation work is not construction. It is the development of the relationships and resources and formal standing that make the construction viable rather than an attractive target the moment it becomes visible. What is the sequence? He had been refining the sequence for months. He gave it to her now, concisely, the way he gave her all significant information, without preamble and with precise attention to what mattered and what was supporting detail. I need 3 more things before we break ground. I need a formal Jarl-level agreement that establishes this land as territory I hold rather than territory I occupy. I need a construction team with the metallurgical and architectural capability to build what I am designing, which is not a conventional fortification and will require unconventional skills. And I need enough of a diplomatic network that when we become visible, the first conversations are with parties who already have a reason to see us succeed rather than parties whose first question is whether we can be absorbed. The Jarl agreement is the hardest, Lyra said. Yes. The current Jarl of the Rift is cautious and the hold is unstable. But the instability is actually useful. A Jarl dealing with internal political pressure has more incentive to make agreements that bring capable parties into their network than a Jarl operating in a stable environment who does not need anything. You are going to help him with his problems. I am going to solve a problem that he cannot solve by himself, in a way that makes the grant of this land the most logical expression of his gratitude. What problem? The Silver Hand. He had identified the relevant lever during the Markarth work. They have been moving into the Rift's mountain passes in increasing numbers over the past year. They are not bandits. They are an ideological organization with military discipline and significant resources, and the Jarl's Guard does not have the tactical flexibility to operate in the high terrain where the Silver Hand has established its supply lines. I can address that directly. The companions have enough standing with the Jarl that a request for an independent contract of that type would be received. And after it is resolved, the conversation about the land grant becomes a natural continuation of an existing relationship rather than a novel request from a stranger. Lyra was quiet for a moment. You mapped all of this from Markarth. I mapped the Silver Hand presence from the Markarth reports and the companions' contracts log. The Jarl's political situation from correspondence Elenwi has been sharing from the college's network, which has better intelligence on hold politics than most people realize. The connection between the two as a leverage opportunity from the basic logic of what Jarls need and when they need it. She looked at him with the expression that had become familiar over 2 years, the expression of someone who had made a bet on a specific kind of person and kept finding new evidence that the bet had been well placed. Let's go back down, she said. I want to get to Rift 10 before the end of the week if we are going to time this properly. He looked at the site one more time. The blue vein quartz caught the winter light with an internal shimmer, subtle but present, the stone expressing its own resonance in the only way stone could, quietly, over geological time, without asking anyone to notice. He noticed. He would be back. The Silver Hand and the Rift. The campaign against the Silver Hand took 6 weeks. He had requested the contract through the Companion's formal channel in Rift N, a brief and precisely worded proposal to the Jarl's steward that described the Silver Hand's current presence in the high passes, the 3 specific supply line nodes that were sustaining their mountain operation, and the estimated time to resolution. He had not described his methods, because the steward had not asked and the Jarl did not need to understand the mechanics, only the result. Lyra worked with him. Ela, who had accompanied them from Whiterun on the grounds that a contract in high terrain was a contract that needed an archer who could work at altitude, was the 3rd member of the operational team. The Silver Hand was not a simple adversary. They were organized around a specific ideology, the belief that beings who were not fully human were a threat to human civilization, and the commitment of that belief was genuine rather than performative, which made them more disciplined and more dangerous than adversaries motivated primarily by profit or territory. They recruited selectively and trained seriously, and their presence in the mountain passes had been sustained by a logistics network of genuine sophistication. Issei mapped the network before he touched any part of it. This was the principle he had articulated to Vilkas about information advantage, applied at the operational scale. He spent the first 2 weeks doing nothing that the Silver Hand could observe as hostile, moving through the terrain in the specific way of someone studying the landscape rather than surveying a target, mapping the patrol routes and the supply caches and the communication signals between outposts, and the rhythm of the operation as a whole. By the end of the 2nd week he had a complete picture of how the network sustained itself and 3 specific points whose removal would make the rest of the network incoherent. You are not going to hit the outposts directly, Ela said, looking at the map he had drawn. The outposts are the expression of the network, not the network itself. Hitting outposts produces responses that sustain the network. Removing the 3 nodes I have identified produces a network that cannot respond coherently because the communication and supply functions that coordination requires are no longer present. In that order? She pointed to the 3 marked positions. Yes. The eastern cache first, because it is the supply point for the northern outpost's winter stores. Without it, The northern outposts have a supply problem that will occupy their attention for the period required to address the other two. Then the signal tower on the rift's shoulder, which is the communication hub for the Western network. Then the command position at Broken Helm Hollow, which is sustainable only while both supply and communication are functional. Ela studied the map. The signal tower is exposed. No cover approach. The signal tower is exposed to ground approach. Not to the approach I am planning. She looked at him. Show me. He showed her. The approach to the signal tower used a route that the Silver Hand had not included in their patrol map because it required climbing a section of cliff face that they had assessed as not feasible for a loaded attacker. The assessment was correct for a conventionally equipped person. He was not conventionally equipped, and the gear at 3 intervals made the climb possible by making the specific calibration of grip and balance and force application that the route required precisely achievable. He reached the tower by a route it had not been designed to defend. He did not kill anyone he did not have to. This was not sentimentality. It was operational logic. The Silver Hand was an ideological organization. Killing individuals created martyrs and hardened commitment. Removing the infrastructure that made their operation viable in this particular territory forced a strategic withdrawal without creating the kind of loss that would make the withdrawal personal. He used the gear and the first word of the Woodknocker's shout, the sprint wind that he had acquired from a wall above Falkreath on the way north, to move through the tower in a way that prioritized capability removal over personnel engagement. Equipment broken. Communication crystals removed. The specific architectural element that gave the tower its line of sight advantage over the western passes, a wooden observation platform of considerable engineering, reduced to its component parts in a very short time. He was back at camp before the Silver Hand's patrol cycle brought anyone close to the tower. The rest followed the sequence. 6 weeks in total, as he had estimated. The operation concluded with the Silver Hand's mountain network in the rift functionally disassembled, their outpost commanders having made the independent decision to consolidate into the lower elevation positions where their supply and communication could be reconstituted, which was exactly the conclusion the operation had been designed to produce. He reported to the Jarl's steward in Rift 10 on a cold morning at the beginning of the 5th month. The steward was a thin imperial man named Anuriel who had the permanent expression of someone managing a difficult situation with insufficient resources and had developed a high tolerance for both bad news and good news delivered in inconvenient formats. He read Issei's report with the focused attention of someone who needed the information to be accurate rather than comfortable. The mountain passes are clear, Issei said, when Anuriel looked up from the last page. For how long? For as long as the infrastructure I removed stays removed. If the Silver Hand reestablishes the eastern cache and the signal tower, the network can reconstitute in approximately 4 months. The eastern cache site is the critical dependency. If it remains inaccessible, the northern operation is not viable. How do we keep it inaccessible? You do not need to, he said. The eastern cache site's value to the Silver Hand depended on it being unknown. It is no longer unknown. I have marked it on the survey map in the appendix. Any patrol that passes within visual range of the marked position will constitute sufficient deterrent. The Silver Hand's operational security depends on their positions being deniable, and a marked position on an official hold survey is not deniable. Anuriel looked at the survey map. Then he looked at Issei with the expression of someone recalibrating their estimate of what they were dealing with. The Jarl will want to speak with you, he said. I expected that, Issei said. I have a matter to discuss with him as well. Chapter 10 The Grant. Layla Lawgiver. The Jarl of Rift 10 was a Nord woman of late middle age who had inherited the position from a father who had been better at holding it than she had initially been, and who had spent the past decade learning, largely through expensive mistakes, the difference between the authority that came with the title and the authority that had to be built through accumulated demonstration of competence. She was not the Jarl her father had been. She was, by most accounts that Issei had collected, a better one, because she had learned what her father had known instinctively, and she remembered the learning. Layla Lawgiver received him in the main hall of Mistveil Keep, which was a building that wore its history on its walls in the form of hunting trophies and old banners and the specific accumulated smell of a place that had been a seat of power for a very long time. She was flanked by 2 husgirls and a young man who had the look of her son, present at the edge of the formal space with the slightly uncomfortable attention of someone who was supposed to be learning by observation and was not entirely sure what lesson was being demonstrated. She looked at Issei for a long moment before speaking. "You are young," she said. "I have heard," he said. "I completed the contract as specified and on time. The companion's engagement record and the survey documentation are with your steward. Underworld tells me you mapped the Silverhand's entire network before touching any of it." "Yes. He also tells me that the approach you used to take the signal tower should not have been physically possible." "It was possible," he said. "It was simply not possible for a conventionally equipped person." "I am not conventionally equipped." The Jarl's eyes moved briefly to his left arm, where the gear was not currently manifested but where, in someone paying the right kind of attention, there might have been something in the way he held his arm that suggested the gauntlet's usual presence. "The companions speak well of you," she said. "The companions are a good organization," he said, which was true and which he meant. "Kodlak Wymane sent a separate letter," she said. "He says you are the most strategically capable person he has trained with in 30 years, which from Kodlak is not a compliment easily given. Kodlak is generous. Kodlak is precise," she said. "Which is different." "What is it that you want?" he told her. He described the site in the rift's high range with the specificity of someone who had studied it carefully, and the honesty of someone who was not trying to obscure what he intended to build. He described the land grant in the terms that made the most sense for a Jarl's framework, a semi-autonomous territory with a specific governance structure, outside the Hold's administrative system but bound by treaty obligations that he enumerated specifically. He described what he could offer in return, which was the ongoing deterrent effect of a capable military presence in the high terrain and specific services to be negotiated on a contract basis when the Jarl's interests and his capabilities aligned. He did not describe the full scope of the plan. He described the first phase with precision and the broader vision in terms that a cautious and intelligent person would find credible rather than alarming. Layla listened without interruption. This was, he had learned, a quality that separated good rulers from adequate ones. The adequate ones interrupted to demonstrate their understanding. The good ones listened completely before engaging, because they understood that their own initial framework was less likely to be correct than the framework the person speaking had developed through direct engagement with the specific situation. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "The high terrain you are describing is currently held by no one," she said. "It is within the rift's nominal boundaries, but it has never been claimed formally, which means the grant is legally straightforward. The steward can draw the documents in 3 days. I would like to review the boundary language," he said. "Of course you would," she said. Her tone was dry in a way he interpreted as professional respect. "What are the treaty obligations you have in mind?" He had prepared this section of the conversation with the most care. The obligations had to be substantial enough to be credible to a Jarl who was being asked to give up a piece of her nominal territory, but not so asymmetric that the relationship became one of dependency rather than alliance. He enumerated them carefully. First, access rights on the high pass routes for Riffin's Guard, which addressed the practical problem that had made the Silver Hand viable in the first place. An annual contribution to the Rift's road maintenance fund, in coin at a rate he had already calculated was generous without being spectacular. And a first consultation clause for military situations involving the high terrain, meaning that before the Jarl committed forces to any operation in the mountain range, she would bring it to him first. The last clause was the one that mattered to him. "The first consultation clause," she said. "Yes. You are asking for advance knowledge of my military intentions in the area where you will be building. I am asking for the opportunity to contribute to those intentions before they are finalized," he said. "The high terrain is complicated. I will know it better than anyone in the Rift within 3 years. That knowledge is worth having on your side rather than working around. A long look. You are also asking to be warned if the political situation changes in ways that might make our treaty inconvenient to someone," she said. He did not confirm or deny this. He simply looked at her with the expression of someone who thought the inference was accurate, and was willing to let it stand without either endorsing or retracting it. Layla Lawgiver, who had not survived a decade as Jarl of a contentious hold by missing accurate inferences, looked at him for a long moment, and then said, 3 days for the documents. And I want to know, when you are ready to tell me, what the second phase looks like. When I am ready to tell you, he said, you will be among the first. It was not a commitment to tell her before the public announcement. It was a commitment to tell her before it became a surprise. She understood the distinction. He could see in her expression that she understood it, and that she had decided this was acceptable. He left Miss Vale Keep with the framework of a land grant in hand and the sense that Layla Lawgiver would, in the long term, be a useful person to have treated fairly. The letter from Winterhold. The letter from Elenwe arrived 3 days later, while he was reviewing the boundary language of the Rift land grant documents, with Lyra and a scribe Anuriel had assigned to the drafting process. It was longer than her usual letters. The first section described the college's archive findings on Dwemer Resonance Tower construction. She had located 3 schematics in the pre-Merethic Dwemer Technical Archive, and her translation, assisted by a junior researcher who specialized in Dwemer language, gave enough structural detail to determine that the resonance crystal calibration process was not as lost as Gorza had believed. It required a specific sequence of exposure steps, the crystal placed in successive proximity to existing resonance structures at decreasing frequency intervals, essentially training the crystal's structure toward the desired frequency using the resonance boundary effect itself. The process took approximately 8 months. He set this section aside to share with Gorza and continued reading. The second section was about politics, and it was written with the care of someone who had thought about how to frame what she was saying very carefully before committing it to paper. She wrote that the Thalmer had sent a liaison to the college 3 months ago, nominally for a research exchange but functionally to assess the college's independence and the degree to which its activities were aligned with Dominion interests. The liaison had left after 2 weeks with a report that Elenwe described as probably neutral, her assessment being that the college had demonstrated sufficient deference on the surface questions while protecting the deeper work through the simple expedient of not showing it to anyone who was not already trusted. She wrote that this strategy had a limited lifespan. The Thalmer were patient, and the college was not invisible enough to remain below the horizon of active Dominion interest indefinitely. She wrote that 3 of her most capable colleagues had begun exploring options for preserving their most significant research in locations outside the college's physical campus, against the possibility that the campus itself became an environment that was no longer safe for the work. She wrote, at the end, I told them about the project you described in Whiterun. I did not use names or specific locations. I described the general architecture and the governance principles. 2 of the 3 are interested in a more detailed conversation. I have told them nothing further. I am writing to ask whether you are ready for that conversation, and if so, when? He read this section twice. Then he folded the letter and sat for a moment with the specific quality of attention that arrived when a plan moved faster than its own schedule. The college is coming to us, Lyra said. She had been watching his expression while he read. 3 of them are considering it seriously, he said. Not the college as an institution. Individuals within it who have their own assessment of the risk to their work and their own reasons to look for alternatives. Is that better or worse than the whole institution? Better at this stage, he said. An institutional decision requires institutional consensus, which means the negotiation is with the most cautious position in the room. Individual decisions are made by people who have done their own risk calculation and reached their own conclusion. Individuals who have already decided to take the risk are more committed to making it work than institutions that are still hedging. He picked up his pen and began the reply immediately, because the time sensitivity was real and the sequencing mattered. He wrote that he was ready for the conversation. He described the site and its status, a land grant framework in process, the physical location characterized without precise coordinates, but with enough detail that a scholar could understand the geological and strategic logic. He described the infrastructure he needed from the potential collaborators, not their presence but their knowledge, specifically the pre-Merethic Magical Theory Archive and the technical capacity to help design a research facility integrated into a fortification structure. He also wrote, because Elenwe had been honest with him and that called for reciprocal honesty, that the timeline for the project's first visible phase was approximately 2 years, and that the commitment he was asking for was not immediate residence but preparatory collaboration, the kind that could be done from existing locations until the project was ready to receive the people who were willing to join it. He sealed the letter and sent it north. Then he went back to the boundary language documents and finished the review. The land grant was signed by Layla Lawgiver on the 14th day of the 5th month, on a morning when the rift was covered in early snow, and the mountains above the valley were invisible in cloud. Issei signed as the holder. Lyra witnessed. Anuriel applied the steward's seal. It was not a dramatic moment. It was a procedural one. But the procedure was the point. The land was his now, in a specific and legally durable sense that mattered for building things that needed to last. He walked out of Mistvale Keep into the snow and felt the plan shift beneath him the way a building shifts when the foundation is completed and the weight of the structure above is finally resting on something that will hold it. Chapter 11, The College. Winterhold. He traveled to Winterhold in the early spring, when the roads from the rift to the northern coast were difficult but passable and the college's towers were visible from 20 miles out, rising above the cliffs at the edge of the sea with the specific quality of things that had been standing long enough to have stopped arguing with the weather and simply endured it. Lyra came with him. Ela did not, having contract obligations in Whiterun that she had delayed as long as she could. He had said goodbye to Ela in the companion's training yard on a grey morning, and she had given him the specific look she reserved for moments when she wanted to say something she had decided not to say, and instead said, "Right when you have a location. I want to see what you are building before I decide anything." "You have already decided," he said. "I have decided to evaluate," she said. "Do not assume the evaluation is concluded." He did not assume this, because Ela's process was genuine rather than performative, but he noted the fact of the evaluation having been initiated. The College of Winterhold was accessed across a bridge that had been failing for longer than anyone had been keeping records of its failure, a structure that had somehow remained functional past all reasonable expectation, which said something about either the quality of the original Dwemer-influenced construction or the stubbornness of the cliff face it clung to. The gatekeeper was an Altmere woman who examined him with the professional skepticism of someone whose job was to maintain the boundary between the college and the people who wanted to be inside it. He gave her Elenwi's name. The woman's expression shifted from professional skepticism to something that was not quite recognition, but acknowledged the legitimacy of the reference. She sent a runner. Elenwi met him at the bridge's inner end. In person, after 8 months of correspondence and 1 meeting in Whiterun, she had the quality of a known quantity that was still being updated by direct observation. She was taller than he had registered in Whiterun, or perhaps the context of the college made her seem so, the way people can seem different sizes in different rooms depending on what else is in the room with them. She moved through the college's courtyard with the familiarity of someone who had been here long enough that the space had reorganized itself around her habits. She looked at him with the assessment she had developed over the course of their correspondence, the one that had begun as the evaluation of a curiosity, and had gradually become the evaluation of a significant thing. "You look like your letters," she said. He was not sure this was literally true, but he took it as the compliment it was intended as. "The colleagues you mentioned," he said. "Are they available?" "One of them is," she said. "The other is in Cyrodiil for another 2 weeks. I thought it best to have the initial conversation with Talfter before Colette has the chance to complicate it." "How would Colette complicate it?" "She is not someone who does one thing at a time," Elenwi said, which was not an answer but was probably as specific as she intended to be in an open courtyard. Talfter was a human man, elderly by the look of him but with the specific quality of elderliness that comes from a body that has been genuinely well maintained rather than merely preserved. He was a teacher at the college, the Alteration School, which was the branch of magical theory closest to the structural and resonance work that the current project required. He had a beard that had apparently been given considerable autonomous authority over its own direction and the warm, slightly distracted quality of someone whose primary cognitive engagement was always slightly to the left of whatever the current conversation was. He also, Issei discovered in the first hour of their conversation, had a mind of exceptional rigor that was simply very comfortable operating at oblique angles to direct address. He asked questions in the way of someone who had been teaching for a long time and had learned that the most informative thing a person could do was listen to how a question was answered rather than whether it was answered. "The resonance boundary effect as a construction principle," Talfter said, settling back in his chair in the college's library with the quality of a man who had been looking forward to this conversation. Elenwi's description in her letter was suggestive but not detailed. I have been thinking about the structural implications for 3 weeks. Tell me where you have gotten to, Issei told him. He started with the theoretical framework, as he always did, establishing the logical structure before moving to the practical application. He described the harmonic coherence model and its implications for the interaction between the gear's amplification and the Thu'um's lock substrate. He described the resonance boundary effect and Elenwi's crystalline data as the observational confirmation. He described the site and its natural resonance frequency and the projected attuning timeline. Then he described the architectural design. This was the part he had not shared with anyone except Lyra. And even Lyra had seen only the strategic logic rather than the technical specifics. The design had been developing in his mind for over a year, refined by the Markarth findings and the site survey and the ongoing theoretical work with Elenwi, and it was now detailed enough to describe with precision. The fortification was not designed as a conventional defensive structure. Conventional defensive structures were designed around the principle of making attack costly, which was a passive strategy that accepted the premise of attack and organized everything around making the attacker pay more than they wanted to. His design was organized around a different principle, making defense the byproduct of function rather than the primary purpose. The primary purpose was research and governance. The research function required specific spatial arrangements, work areas organized around shared use of large equipment, archives that needed environmental stability and accessibility, experimental spaces that required both isolation and ventilation. The governance function required assembly spaces, administrative infrastructure, housing for a permanent population and accommodation for visitors and delegates. These functional requirements, when resolved through the geological reality of the site and the resonance boundary principles he had identified, produced a structure that happened to be extraordinarily defensible. The working spaces were in the interior tiers, sheltered by rock face above and by the outer residential and administrative tier below. The resonance towers, designed around the Dwemer principles Elenwi had recovered from the archive, were integrated into the structural columns at the 6 key points of the primary building, their operation serving the building's research function while simultaneously developing and maintaining the harmonic attuning of the stone. The outer perimeter was not a wall in the conventional sense. It was a sequence of work stone faces that used the natural cliff geometry, augmented at specific points by constructed elements, producing sight lines that covered every approach while presenting an exterior profile that looked, from the valley below, like a natural mountain feature rather than a constructed one. The concealment principle, Tolfter said, when Issei reached this point. Not concealment as invisibility, Issei said. Concealment as categorization. A structure that registers as natural terrain is a structure that a passerby does not decide is relevant to their interests. The decision not to engage is made before any defensive capability needs to operate. The best defensive system is one that never needs to activate, Tolfter said slowly. Yes. And the second best is one whose activation is unexpected. Tolfter was quiet for a long moment, and in that moment Issei could see the old scholar's mind working, not moving slowly but moving carefully, the way a large machine moves when it is operating at the pace that serves the work rather than the pace that serves impatience. The resonance tower design you have described, Tolfter said finally. It is not purely defensive. The integration into the structural columns suggests a secondary function. The towers in the Dwemer's original design were not just calibration tools. They were also conduits. The resonance field they generated had a power storage application. Yes, Issei said. I found evidence of that in the Markarth tunnels. I have been thinking about it since. And the power storage application, if it functions as the Dwemer schematic suggests, would provide a reserve energy source for the research and governance operations, independent of the weather-dependent sources that most remote facilities rely on. The resonance field accumulates energy from the harmonic activity of the people using the building. The more actively the building is used for the intended purpose, the more energy is available for the building's systems. The building sustains itself from the work done inside it, Tolfter said. He looked at Issei with an expression that had moved past assessment into something that was recognizably wonder. The specific kind that comes to people who have spent their lives thinking about how things work and have just encountered a design whose logic they find beautiful. That is, the old scholar said, an extraordinary piece of design thinking. The credit belongs to the Dwemer engineers whose principles I am adapting, Issei said. And to Elenwi's archive work and your own theoretical framework. I assembled the implications. The components were already there. The assembly, Elenwi said from across the table where she had been listening without interrupting, is not a small thing. Tolfter looked at the diagrams Issei had laid out during the conversation, the drawings of the site and the tower positions and the structural column placements, and the sight line geometry, and he said, with the simplicity of someone who had stopped needing to perform their decisions, "Tell me what you need from me." Colette Marantz arrived from Cyrodiil 12 days later, which was 2 days earlier than expected and with the quality of someone who had moved her schedule because she had decided the information she was traveling toward was time-sensitive. She was a Breton, which was relevant to understanding her because the Bretons' dual heritage, human and elven, gave them a specific relationship to both the human political world and the elven magical tradition that most people in either group navigated less fluently than the Bretons tended to. She was perhaps 40, compact in the way of someone who had always been compact and had learned to make the spatial economy work in her favor, with a quality of attention that was different from Tolfter's careful processing or Elenwi's structural precision. Her attention was lateral, moving across the surface of a situation to find the angles others had not looked at. She looked at him when they met and said immediately, "You are younger than Elenwi said, and Elenwi said you were young." "I know. Why does Tolfter look like he has been given a present?" "Because Tolfter and I have been having a very good conversation for 12 days, Issei said. "What about resonance architecture, Dwemer engineering principles, harmonic coherence as a construction parameter, and the theoretical foundations of a governance model for a research-integrated fortified hold?" Colette looked at him for a long moment. "All of that in 12 days. The conversations were long," he said. "Show me the design," she said. He showed her. Her reaction was different from Tolfter's. Where Tolfter had engaged with the engineering logic in the mode of someone encountering a beautiful proof, Colette engaged with it the way someone engages with a practical problem they have been waiting for someone to propose a solution to. She moved through the diagrams quickly, not skimming but reading at a pace that suggested she was assimilating faster than most people could. "The restoration integration," she said, stopping at a specific diagram. "You have not included it." "I have not designed it yet," he said. "The structural design is primary. The magical systems integration is the second layer. I know what I need from it functionally, but I do not know enough about restoration theory to design the integration properly." "What do you need from it functionally?" 3 things. A medical infrastructure that can support a permanent population and a variable size visiting population without depending on supply chains for standard healing materials. A detection system that can distinguish between the normal resonance activity of the building's population and the specific resonance signatures of hostile magical activity outside the perimeter. And a method for extending the harmonic attuning effect to the people who inhabit the structure, so that the residents develop a personal resonance calibration that complements the building's stone and gives them enhanced resistance to the same attacks the building is hardened against. Colette was very still for a moment. "The third thing," she said carefully. "Extending the resonance attuning to the residents. You are describing a form of environmental enchantment applied to biological substrates." "Yes. That is not a conventional application of restoration theory." "No. It is," she said slowly, "exactly the kind of unconventional application of restoration theory that the college has been told by the Thalmor liaison is not a productive area of inquiry." A pause. "Yes," he said. "I imagine it would be." Colette looked at the diagrams for another long moment. Then she looked at him with an expression that had resolved from its initial assessment into something that was more settled and more committed. "I have been developing the theoretical framework for biological resonance attuning for 11 years, she said. "I have the mathematics. I have the proof of concept results from 3 small-scale trials. I do not have a facility where the work can continue without someone deciding it should not." "I have a facility," he said. "Or I will." "How long?" 2 years to the first habitable phase. The research infrastructure would be operational in the 2nd year. The biological resonance system would be the third-year integration, assuming your existing theoretical framework is as complete as you are describing. It is complete, she said. Not defensively. Simply as a statement of fact from someone who knew the state of their own work. Then 2 years to the facility and 1 year to the operational system, he said. In the interim, the theoretical collaboration can proceed through the same correspondence channel that the current work has been using. Can I see the site? Not yet, he said. The site is accessible, but I am not yet ready for visitors, because visitors establish the site's location as known and I want to control the timing of that. When the first construction phase begins, I will extend an invitation to visit in the context of a specific purpose. For now, the correspondence is the right channel. She accepted this with the quality of someone who understood operational security even if it was not her primary domain. He left Winterhold 4 days later with 3 collaborators confirmed, the land grant finalized, and the resonance crystal calibration process documented. The construction team was still unassembled. Gorza was waiting in Markarth. The plan's second phase was now visible from the first, not as a distant possibility but as the next defined step. He felt the plan's weight differently now. It had been an architecture in his mind for years. Now it had ground beneath it. Chapter 12, The Assembly. What must be built before building? He spent the next 4 months assembling the construction team. This was not a matter of finding laborers. Laborers were available and the construction would require them eventually, but the first requirement was the technical core. The people whose understanding of the specific engineering challenges the project presented was sophisticated enough to make the construction decisions that would determine whether the design's theoretical properties were realized in practice or simply documented on paper and lost in the gap between intention and execution. He needed 3 kinds of expertise. First, stone working at the level of someone who understood load-bearing geometry and could read a site's natural fault structure well enough to work with it rather than against it. Second, the specific metallurgical knowledge required to cast and place the resonance tower column components at tolerances the Dwemer schematic specified, which were finer than anything current Nordic or imperial construction practice used. Third, an understanding of the Dwemer resonance system itself as an active rather than historical concern. Gorza addressed the second and third requirements in combination. He sent her the complete Dwemer schematic translation that Elenwi and the Winterhold archive had produced, with the resonance crystal calibration process documented in the appendix. Her reply arrived in 3 weeks and was the longest letter he had received from her, 7 pages of technical analysis so precise that he read it twice and then once more looking specifically for errors, and found none. She wrote that the schematic was complete enough to work from. She wrote that the metallurgical requirements were difficult but achievable with the specific alloy process she had been developing independently for the past 2 years. A process that used the Reach's natural or composition in a way that existing smelting practice had never tried. She wrote that the resonance crystal calibration process she had seen described would require the partially restored Dwemer smelter in Markarth as the primary instrument, which meant the calibration work had to happen in Markarth rather than at the site. And she wrote, at the end, 3 sentences without preamble: I will come. Tell me when the site is ready for the column foundations. I want to see the geological structure before I commit the alloy specifications. The stone working requirement was addressed by a different path. His search had taken him through the Rift's various construction guilds with the focused attention of someone looking for a specific needle in a collection of ordinary ones. Most stoneworkers were competent by the standards of their practice, which were the standards of buildings that needed to hold weight for one human lifetime and present a finished surface to the public. He needed someone whose standards were different, someone who thought about stone the way Gorza thought about metal, as a material with an internal structure that responded to treatment. He found her in a quarry above Ivarstead, an Orsimer woman named Dura Gra Mull who was not a builder in the conventional sense but a reader of stone, someone who had spent 30 years examining the geological structure of the Rift's mountain formations and had developed a practice that was equal parts engineering and something that had no name in any current technical vocabulary. An understanding of how a mountain wanted to behave over time, and what you could put on it or in it without creating contradictions. She was not looking for work. She had never been looking for work because the work had always been looking for her, The specific kind of person who gets called when a building is leaning in a way that cannot be explained and the conventional engineers have run out of explanations. He had her introduced through the same hunter in Ivarstead who had led Lyra to the site, a man named Torsten who had spent enough years in the high mountains to have developed relationships with the kinds of people who work there. The introduction was brief and the quality of Dura's evaluation of him was efficient and slightly unsettling, the way the evaluations of people who are very good at reading physical structure tend to be. "Show me what you are trying to build," she said, without any preceding social negotiation. He showed her the site diagrams. She looked at them for a long time without comment. "The outer perimeter design," she said finally. "The worked face concealment principle. You are using the natural cliff geometry as the primary structure and the constructed elements as connective tissue." "Yes. The blue vein quartz matrix does not have standard fault behavior," she said. "The natural resonance creates a stress distribution pattern that conventional stonework analysis will not predict correctly. If you build the column foundations using standard depth calculations, they will hold for 20 years and then begin to shift." "What is the correct calculation?" She looked at him. "I would need to spend a week at the site to give you a correct calculation. The geological structure has to be read directly. I cannot read it from diagrams." "When can you go?" "When is the land grant ratified?" "It has been ratified for 6 weeks," he said. She absorbed this with the particular stillness of someone who had not expected the project to be as advanced as it was. "Next month," she said. "After the Ivarstead Survey Commission is complete." 4 weeks. "I will send a guide to meet you at the Rift End Gate," he said. "Bring everything you need for a week. The access conditions are specific." She looked at the diagrams one more time. "This is not a conventional fortification," she said. "No. It is something that has not been built before." "Yes. I find that interesting," she said, and returned the diagrams. Lyra and the network. While he was assembling the technical team, Lyra was assembling the information architecture. She had been doing this for over a year, with the systematic patience that he had come to think of as her signature capability, building a network of contacts across the rift and extending into the adjacent holds, a network that was not primarily military in its structure but was organized around the principle that reliable information was a more durable resource than most things you could buy or build. She had contacts in Riffin's merchant guild, in the Jarl's household staff, among the traveling traders who worked the road between the rift and the Pale, and in a small cluster of former Legion soldiers who had settled in the hold after their service ended and retained the observational habits of military professionals without any current organizational affiliation. She had also, quietly and without extensive discussion about it, established contact with 3 of the Thieves' Guild's operatives in Rift End. He found out about this the way he found out about most things Lyra had decided were his business, which was that she told him when she had enough information to make the telling useful. "The Guild has better intelligence coverage of the holds than anyone except possibly the Thu'um," she said, when she presented this to him. "And the Guild's interests are almost entirely commercial, which means their intelligence is reliable in a way that ideologically motivated intelligence tends not to be. They tell you what is actually happening because what is actually happening determines the commercial environment. They do not tell you what they think should be happening." "What do they want in exchange?" he asked. "They want assurance that when we become operational, we will not be hostile to their trade routes through the Rift's high passes." "Those trade routes are currently dominated by the Silver Hand," he said. "Were," she corrected. "Since the campaign. The passes are currently contested and the Guild is not yet back to full operational capacity in this hold. They are interested in an arrangement that gives them passage security in exchange for information access." He thought about this. The Thieves' Guild had a complicated reputation, which was partly accurate and partly the product of the way people talked about organizations they found convenient to simplify. The Guild's actual practice, as best he could determine from the available evidence, was less about theft in the direct sense and more about arbitrage, the exploitation of information asymmetry in commercial and political markets. The theft was real but secondary to the information operation. That was, he reflected, a capability he understood. "Passage security in exchange for information access," he said. "Define the specific information categories and the passage terms and bring me the draft." The draft arrived in 2 weeks. He reviewed it carefully, revised 3 clauses, and returned it. The guild's operative who received the revised draft sent back a one-line confirmation. The arrangement was in place. He added the guild's Rift network to the intelligence architecture and made a note that the same conversation would need to happen with the guild's networks in the other holds as the project's footprint expanded. Lyra, reviewing the final arrangement, said, "You know that most people in Skyrim would have significant reservations about a formal arrangement with the Thieves' Guild. Most people in Skyrim are operating on a moral framework that treats the existing power distribution as legitimate by default," he said. The Thieves' Guild is a response to an economic system that has created significant opportunities for the Guild's specific services. If the economic system were more equitable, the Guild would have fewer opportunities. Since the economic system is not more equitable, the Guild's existence is the symptom rather than the disease. That is a complicated way of saying you are comfortable with it. I am comfortable with any arrangement whose terms are transparent, and whose parties understand what they are exchanging, he said. The Guild is very clear about what they do and what they want. I find that preferable to parties who are obscure about both. Lyra absorbed this and said nothing further about it, which was her way of indicating she had understood and did not disagree. He thought, for a moment, about Ravenna and the red braid. He had not yet sent the message to Broken Tower, because the timing had not been right. The Forsworn were a more complicated proposition than the Thieves' Guild, their grievances deeper and their politics more entangled with the kind of claims that could not be resolved purely through commercial arrangements. But he had not forgotten the conversation on the Reach Road. He had simply filed it under, when the time and the offer are both right. The time was approaching. The dragon above Whiterun. The first dragon appeared in the week before Dura was scheduled to visit the site. He was in Whiterun when it happened, visiting Jorvaskr for the formal conclusion of his active companion's membership, a process that was more ceremonially complex than joining had been and that Kodlak had insisted on conducting with the appropriate weight. The sky over the plains was clear when the alarm went up from the watchtower at the city's upper gate, and the sound that followed was a sound he knew in the way you know your own heartbeat, from the inside rather than the outside. He was on the upper tier of the city when the dragon came over the wall. It was not Paarthurnax. It was younger, wilder, with the specific quality of aggression that belonged to creatures who had been sleeping for so long that waking itself was a form of disorientation expressed as violence. It circled once above the city with the slow confidence of something that had never encountered meaningful resistance, and was not expecting to encounter it now. He activated the gear. First interval. Second. He let it build while he positioned himself on the stone parapet above the city's main approach, in the open air where the shout would have its full effect rather than being damped by buildings. The dragon came around on a descending approach, the fire building in the glow at the back of its throat. He was at 4 intervals when he spoke. Jor Zhfrul. The dragonran shout, the one the ancient companions of legend had developed to bring dragons from the sky, the shout that imposed mortality upon them, was not a shout he had acquired from a wall. He had acquired it differently, during a session at High Hrothgar's teaching chamber 6 months earlier, from a fragment of a teaching carved by one of the original tongues. It was incomplete in the traditional sense, 2 words rather than 3. But 2 words of a shout whose purpose was conceptual rather than kinetic was sufficient to demonstrate the concept to a being whose soul was already calibrated to the vocabulary. At 4 intervals, the semantic density of the shout was high enough that the dragon's flight patterns did not simply change. They became temporarily inconsistent with themselves. The dragon's awareness of its own relationship to the concept of time suddenly complicated in a way that its body could not resolve while remaining airborne. The dragon landed heavily in the plains outside the city wall, not a controlled landing but not a crash, the compromise between intention and disruption. He was over the wall before it had recovered. What followed was brief in duration and not brief in intensity. The dragon was not without capability even disoriented. It was old enough, physically, that its natural defenses were substantial, and its fire was real and directed and required the specific quality of lateral movement that the wood sprint shout made possible at the intervals he was carrying. He did not use full combat. He used the minimum. The gear at 6 intervals and the wood shout in combination produced a speed of movement that the dragon, still partially affected by the dragonran's conceptual disruption, could not track with the precision its fire required. He moved across the ground toward the dragon's left side, the non-dominant approach for a dragon whose fire was generated from the primary organ on the right of its throat, and reached the neck. He placed his right hand flat on the scale and spoke 2 words in the dragon tongue, not a shout. A sentence. A statement of simple fact in the language the dragon's soul was made of. The words were, "I see you." Not as a greeting or an acknowledgement. As the specific declaration that the dragon language used for full cognitive recognition between beings of draconic heritage, the statement that said, "I am real and you are real and I am aware of both those facts simultaneously." The statement that obligated acknowledgement in return. The dragon went still. Dragons were not, Paarthurnax had explained during the summit conversation, incapable of rationality. They were simply operating on a default assumption that rationality was unnecessary because nothing they encountered required it. When something did require it, when something made the default assumption fail, the capacity was present. He had made the default assumption fail. Dovahkiin, the dragon said. It was not the word of a defeated enemy. It was the word of something that had just received information it was processing. Yes, he said in the dragon tongue. Dov. I am Dovahkiin. I am also something else. And I have a question for you. A long pause, the dragon's amber eyes moving in the way of something recalibrating its model of the situation it was in. Speak, the dragon said. He asked it. The question was about territory, about the ancient draconic understanding of the land that was now being called the Rift, about whether there was a geographic memory in the dragon language's accumulated oral tradition that corresponded to what he had found on the high shelf above Ivarstead. The dragon was very still for a long time. Then it said, in the dragon tongue, a word that was not a common noun but a proper name, the kind of name the dragon language used for places that had been significant enough to warrant permanent identity. Skuldafn, the dragon said. Not the ruin by that name. The older meaning. The skull place. The place where the mountain speaks. Issei filed this carefully. What did it say? The dragon asked. It said it was waiting, he answered, which was the nearest approximation he could give in the dragon tongue for what he had felt at the sight. The dragon regarded him for another long moment. Then it extended its neck in a gesture that Paarthurnax had described during the summit conversation as the draconic equivalent of a formal acknowledgement, the posture of a being recognizing the standing of another being as real. Dovahkiin, it said again. What you are building. I have not seen it before. No, he said. You have not. I will not contest your claim to the skull place, the dragon said. This is the only time I will say that without requiring that you take it from me. I know, he said. That is why I asked rather than requiring. The dragon left. He stood in the plains outside Whiterun's wall in the settling quiet and let the gears intervals cycle down, feeling each successive halving of the amplified state like a tide going out, gradually returning him to the baseline that was still, even unaugmented, not a small thing. Lyra found him there 20 minutes later. I watched from the wall, she said. The last part. What did you say to it? I asked it about the sight, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. You convinced the dragon to tell you about the sight's draconic history in the middle of a combat encounter. It was not a combat encounter by the end, he said. It was a diplomatic exchange that began under adverse conditions. Lyra looked at the sky where the dragon had been and then at him, and said nothing for a while. The building name, he said. I have one now. The dragon gave it to me. In the old language. What is it? Skuldafn, he said. Not the ruin by that name. The original meaning. The place where the mountain speaks. Lyra repeated it. In her voice the word had the quality of something being tried on, a name being tested against the shape it was meant to fit. It fits, she said. Yes, he said. It does. They walked back toward the city together, and Issei thought about the sequence of events that had just concluded, not the combat, which had been straightforward, but the conversation after, and the specific quality of the name he now carried home. Skuldafn. The place where the mountain speaks. In 2 months, if the construction team came together as planned and the site surveys confirmed what Dura's preliminary analysis suggested they would, the mountain would begin to be given the means to say something. He found that he was, for the first time in 2 years of patient preparation, genuinely impatient. Not impatience in the sense of wanting to skip the remaining steps. He knew better than to want that. Impatience in the sense of the specific, acute awareness that the distance between where you are and where you are going has become small enough to measure in steps rather than in years. He was 16 years old. He had a name for the thing he was building, a grant of land on which to build it, a geological survey in progress, 3 scholars committed to the research infrastructure, a master smith who had agreed to come, a stone worker who had agreed to come, a network of intelligence contacts across the holds, a formal connection to the most respected martial organization in Skyrim, and a dragon whose acknowledgement he had earned rather than compelled. He had a word for it, in the language that was also the grammar of the world: the mountain speaks. He walked back into Whiterun and began making the preparations for the first ground breaking, and the mountain waited for him on its shelf above the rift, patient and resonant, and entirely itself, as it had been waiting for a very long time. Act 4, Skulldaf Rising. Chapter 13, First Stone. Dura reads the mountain. Dura Giare Mull arrived at the Rift End Gate on the first morning of the 7th month with 2 assistants, a donkey loaded with survey equipment, and the expression of someone who had been told a site was interesting before and had developed a healthy empiricism about that claim. Lyra met her at the gate. The introduction was brief by design, because Dura was not a person who found social negotiation interesting, and Lyra had the rare quality of recognizing that in someone immediately, and adjusting accordingly. They rode north and east through the rift's forested lower reaches in a companionable silence that was more comfortable than most conversations would have been, and Issei met them at the base of the climb that led to the shelf with the kind of directness that Dura, he had already calculated, would respect more than any form of welcome. 2 hours up, he said by way of greeting. The last 400 feet are steep. The equipment can be staged at the midpoint terrace and carried up in sections. Dura looked at the mountain. She looked at it the way she looked at everything, from the material rather than the form, from the inside rather than the surface. Show me, she said. They climbed. The first thing Dura said when she reached the shelf was not about the view, which was extraordinary, or the site's defensive geometry, which was obvious, or the quality of the morning light on the stone faces above. She put her hand flat on the shelf floor the moment she stepped onto it, and went still in the way of someone receiving information through a channel that had nothing to do with sight or sound. She stayed that way for nearly 4 minutes. Issei waited. Lyra waited. The assistants waited, having presumably seen this before. When Dura stood up, she turned immediately to the rock face to the north and walked directly to it, not exploring but moving with the certainty of someone following a thread she had already picked up. She pressed both palms flat against the blue vein quartz at a specific point, approximately 8 feet up from the shelf floor, and waited again. This is the primary stress axis, she said, without turning around. The whole formation is organized around this line. The quartz matrix conducts load along this axis rather than distributing it the way limestone would. What does that mean for foundation placement? Issei asked. She turned. Her expression had shifted from the careful neutrality of someone reserving judgment into something that was closer to engagement, the look of a person who had found the problem genuinely interesting. It means your conventional foundation calculation is wrong by approximately 30%, she said. The load does not distribute downward the way it would in most stone. It distributes along the axis I just showed you, diagonally, toward the northeast. Foundations placed without accounting for that will be fine for 20 years and then begin walking, slowly, in that direction. Walking, he repeated. The technical term is differential settlement. I call it walking because it is more honest about what is happening. The building does not crack. It moves. By the time the movement is visible, it has been happening for 15 years, and correcting it requires disassembling a significant portion of the structure. How do we prevent it? You design the foundations along the stress axis rather than perpendicular to it. Your column positions will need to shift. She looked at the diagram he had brought. Specifically, the northeast column cluster needs to move 12 feet toward the face, and the load distribution between the middle 3 columns needs to be rebalanced to put more weight on the axis line rather than off it. I can give you the exact specifications after 2 more days of survey. Take 4 days, he said. I want the specifications to have sufficient margin. She looked at him with an expression that recalibrated slightly. Most clients, in his experience of how people described contractors' experience, told you to hurry up? The ones who told you to take more time or the ones worth working for? 4 days, she said. And I want to go into the rock face on the south side. There is a natural void structure there that your diagram does not show, probably a collapsed cave system. I need to know its extent before I can finalize the perimeter foundations. Whatever you need, he said. The survey took 6 days. On the 5th day, while Dura was completing the void structure analysis on the south face, Issei walked the shelf alone and began the first formal practice session on the site. He had been thinking about this for months, about how to initiate the resonance boundary attuning process deliberately rather than as a byproduct of ordinary activity. The theory suggested that the attuning would occur naturally through any consistent harmonic activity at the site over sufficient time, but deliberate attuning, with the specific intent to match the stone's existing natural frequency, should accelerate the process in the same way that a tuning fork held close to a bell at the same pitch makes the bell vibrate faster than ambient sound alone would. He stood at the center of the shelf and activated the gear. He let it build to 3 intervals, which was enough to amplify the lock substrate without pushing to the levels where the absorption problem began to create the boundary risks Paarthurnax had described. At 3 intervals, with the gear amplified lock resonating in his chest, he could feel the site's natural frequency more clearly than he had on any previous visit. The blue vein quartz was vibrating at its characteristic note, slow and deep and geological in the way of things that have been doing the same thing for 10,000 years. He breathed in that frequency. He breathed it the way the graybeards had shown him to breathe, with the whole body, the Dova soul as part of the mechanism. And when he had the site's frequency clearly in his awareness, he spoke one word. Not FUS. Not any word of force or motion or change. He spoke LOK. Sky. The first word of the clear skies shout. A word whose semantic field was not about weather but about the removal of obstruction, the quality of unimpeded space, the specific tone of a thing that had cleared itself to present its true nature. At 3 intervals, LOK resonated in the quartz at a frequency that was nearly consonant with the stone's own natural note. Not perfectly. Slightly sharp, in the musical analogy. But close enough that the stone responded, the way a bowl of water responds to a tuning fork held near it, with a surface agitation that was not disturbance but recognition. He held the word's resonance for as long as he could sustain it, which at this stage was perhaps 90 seconds, and felt the stone responding with increasing coherence as the session continued. When he stopped, the shelf was quiet. But it was a different quality of quiet than it had been before. First session, Drake said, with the warmth behind sternum quality that was the dragon's characteristic register of satisfaction. First session, Issei confirmed. I will do this every morning when I am here. And when I am not here, I will establish a practice protocol for whoever is present. You are planning to teach others to do this. I am planning to establish the site's harmonic character as a shared practice rather than an individual one. The resonance boundary effect is stronger the more consistently it is reinforced, and I cannot be here every morning indefinitely. The practice needs to become part of the community rather than a personal discipline. The community does not exist yet, Drake observed. No, he said. But it will. And when it does, this is what it will do in the mornings before the work begins. Dura, completing her south face analysis on the 6th day, found him on the shelf at dawn in the middle of a practice session. She watched from the edge of the terrace approach without interrupting for the full 90 seconds. When he stopped, she walked to him with her usual directness and said, "The stone is responding to you." "Yes," he said. "I have never seen stone respond to a person before," she said. "I have read accounts. I thought they were metaphor. They are not." She looked at the shelf floor. "The quartz matrix has changed," she said. "Not visibly. But the stress pattern I mapped on day 1 is different now in the area where you were standing. The distribution has shifted slightly toward the natural axis. As if the stone is relaxing into its own preferred alignment. That is essentially what is happening," he said. "Over time, consistent sessions will attune the entire formation toward the harmonic I am reinforcing. The building we put on top of it will benefit from that attuning in ways that will take years to fully develop but are already beginning." Dura was quiet for a long moment. She was not a person who required things to fit into existing categories before she could work with them. She was a person who read structure directly, and direct reading did not require categories. Adjust the northeast column cluster specifications, she said. I will send the revised foundation plan to Rift 10 by the end of the week. When are you breaking ground? 2 months, he said. I need Gorza here before the column foundation work begins. The alloy specifications for the tower supports cannot be finalized without her direct assessment of the stone temperature gradient. Reasonable, she said. The void structure on the south face needs to be addressed before any perimeter wall construction begins regardless. I can start that work now with my crew if you can provide additional laborers. How many? 8 men with experience in confined stonework. The void is not dangerous, but it requires precision rather than force. I can have 8 here by the end of the week, he said. She nodded. Then we begin. The first stone was placed on the 7th day of the 7th month, not a ceremonial first stone but a practical one, the first of the void-filling operation on the south face that Dura had specified as the prerequisite for perimeter foundation work. It was unremarkable to look at, a carefully shaped piece of the local blue vein quartz fitted into the lower edge of the void opening with the precision that Dura's work always had. Issei looked at it for a moment, and thought about everything that stone represented and everything it would eventually support. Then he helped carry the next one. Gorza arrives. Gorza arrived 6 weeks later with a cart of specialized tools, 3 assistants from Markarth who moved with the efficient precision of people who had been working with her long enough to have internalized her standards, and 2 large crates whose contents she did not explain until they reached the shelf. She unpacked the crates on the morning of her second day. Inside were the first 6 resonance crystal blanks, raw blue vein quartz specimens she had selected from the Reach's high formations with criteria she had developed from the Dwemer schematics crystal specifications section. They were each approximately the size of a large fist, irregular in external form but internally structured with the characteristic alignment pattern that Elenwi's archive research had identified as the prerequisite for successful calibration. You found specimens that matched the specification, he said. I found specimens that are close enough to the specification that the calibration process should complete within the 8-month window, she said, which was a more careful statement. The Dwemer specification assumed crystals grown to order under controlled conditions. These are naturally occurring. The natural variation means the process will not be uniform across all 6. Some may complete faster, some slower, and one of the 6 I am not confident will complete within the window at all. Which one? She pointed to the smallest specimen, a dense piece with an unusual internal structure that caught the light differently from the others. That one has a pre-existing alignment that is close to but not exactly the target frequency. The calibration process will either correct it or reinforce the existing alignment rather than replacing it. If it reinforces the existing alignment, it becomes unusable for the tower design. What happens if one of the 6 towers operates on a slightly different frequency from the others? She looked at him with the expression she wore when a question confirmed that the person asking it had been doing their own analysis. The resonance field becomes slightly asymmetric, she said. Which may or may not be a problem depending on what the field is being asked to do. In a purely manufacturing application, asymmetry is a defect. In a more complex application, it might be irrelevant, or might be useful. I do not have enough information about your specific application to assess which. He thought about this. The asymmetric tower field applied to a defensive application was something he had not modeled. He filed it as a variable to incorporate into the next design revision and moved on. Start the calibration on the 5 you are confident about, he said. We will make a separate decision about the 6th after the first month of the process. She began the calibration that afternoon. The process, as the Dwemer schematic described and Gorza had adapted, involved placing each crystal in proximity to a larger resonance structure at the appropriate frequency, then moving it through a sequence of decreasing distances over a period of weeks, each step closer allowing the crystal's internal structure to receive stronger resonance input. The key instrument was the partially restored Dwemer smelter in Markarth, which Gorza had transported a critical component of to the site, a calibration pylon that projected the smelter's resonance frequency at controlled amplitude. The pylon occupied a position at the center of the shelf that Issei had marked as the future site of the central courtyard, which he found appropriate. Watching the calibration process operate on the first afternoon, Issei noticed something. The crystals responded to the pylon's frequency. but they also responded to his morning practice sessions. When he performed the LOK resonance exercise the morning after Gorza had begun the calibration, the crystal's response to the pylon was measurably stronger for approximately an hour afterward, as though his practice had warmed the substrate they were embedded in and made it more receptive, he told Gorza. She looked at the calibration data for a long time. Your practice is contributing to the calibration process, she said. The site's natural resonance, which you are reinforcing and gradually attuning through your sessions, is acting as a secondary calibration input. The crystals are receiving signal from both the pylon and the local substrate, which means the calibration timeline might be shorter than the 8-month estimate, he said. Possibly. It also means the calibrated frequency will be a blend of the pylon's target and the site's natural frequency, rather than purely the target. She paused. Whether that is a problem depends on what you are trying to achieve. Tell me what frequency the blend would produce. She worked through the calculation with the methodical precision of someone who had been doing this kind of analysis for 20 years. The result, when she presented it the next morning, was a frequency that was not quite the Dwemer standard specification but was closer to the lock harmonic than the standard specification was. He sat with this for a long time. The blend frequency is actually better for my specific application than the pure specification would be, he said finally. The Dwemer standard was calibrated for manufacturing purposes. The manufacturing function requires a specific frequency. My application requires a frequency that resonates with the lock substrate, which is what the Thursdayum runs on. The blend frequency is closer to that requirement. Gorza looked at the calculation. Then she looked at him. You are saying the site is helping to calibrate itself toward the frequency it needs? Yes. That is not something the Dwemer schematic anticipated. The Dwemer were building a manufacturing facility, he said. They did not have a Dovahkian performing daily resonance practice on the site. This specific combination has not existed before. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I need to recalculate the alloy specifications for the column supports. If the crystal frequency shifts toward the lock harmonic, the column material needs to match that shift, or the energy conduction between the towers and the structural columns will be inefficient. How long for the recalculation? 3 days, she said. Take 4, he said. She almost smiled. It was the nearest he had seen her come to it. Chapter 14. The Reach and the Red Braid. Ravenna. He sent the message to Broken Tower in the 2nd month of construction. The timing was deliberate. He had waited until the construction was underway and visible enough that a visiting party would be able to see something real rather than just hear descriptions of plans. The resonance towers were not yet standing, the foundation work was still in progress, and the perimeter walls were only partially raised, but there was enough on the shelf to demonstrate that the project was real rather than aspirational. He also had something concrete to offer now that he had not had on the Reach Road. The message went through the Thieves Guild's network, which had the advantage of reaching the Forsworn's mountain contacts without going through any of the official channels that would have flagged a communication between a Rift land holder and a Forsworn camp commander as politically significant. It was brief. He identified himself by description rather than name, referenced the road conversation, and said that if Ravenna was still interested in a different context, the context was now available for inspection. She arrived 2 weeks later. She came with 4 others, all forsworn by the look of them, all armed with the specific combination of conventional weaponry and the distinctive Reach hawthorn and bone equipment that identified the forsworn as much as any insignia would. They came up the mountain approach with the easy competence of people who spent most of their time in exactly this kind of terrain, and when they reached the shelf they stopped and looked at what was there. Ravenna looked for a long time without speaking. He let her look. The sight spoke better than he could describe it. And the looking was not delay but information gathering, the same assessment process he used himself. He watched her watch the sight and read in her stillness the specific quality of someone whose initial framework is being substantially revised. You are actually building it, she said finally. Yes, he said. How far along? The foundation survey is complete. The void structure on the south face has been addressed. The column foundation work begins next week. The crystal calibration is running ahead of schedule. He paused. The outer perimeter walls will be habitable in 4 months. Not comfortable, but habitable. She turned to look at him. Her eyes were the specific shade of dark that belonged to certain Reach men, almost black, with the quality of someone who had spent years watching people decide whether to be honest with her, and had developed an efficient method for determining which side of the line they were on. "What are you offering?" she asked. Specifically, he had prepared this conversation with the same care he prepared everything. "I am offering participation in a governance structure," he said. "Not employment. Not protection in exchange for service, which is the model the current holds use for the people they are willing to use at all. Participation means a role in the design of the structure itself, not just its operation. The Reachmen have claims to the high terrain of this region that are historically legitimate, and currently ignored by every party with the power to acknowledge them. I am not in a position to force acknowledgement from the existing holds. But I am in a position to build something new enough that the historical claims become part of its foundation rather than a grievance it has to work around." Ravenna was very still. "What does that mean in practice?" she asked. "It means that the Reach men who are willing to participate in building and governing Skulldafn do so as co-founders rather than as a client population. It means that the governance framework being designed includes mechanisms for Reach men participation in decisions about the high terrain. It means that the treaty relationships I am building with the existing holds are written to reflect Reach men interests rather than to exclude them." "And what do you want from us?" "3 things," he said. "Knowledge. The Reachmen know the Reach's geology and botany and weather patterns at a level of detail that no outside survey has ever matched. That knowledge is directly relevant to what I am building. Second, people. I need capable individuals who have made their own decision to join rather than being assigned. The Forsworn have warriors and hunters and herbalists and people with skills in areas I have not fully anticipated yet. Third, legitimacy of a specific type. The Reachmen's presence as genuine participants in the governance structure is evidence, visible to everyone who looks at it, that the structure is what I say it is rather than what every other structure in this region is." Ravenna looked at her 4 companions. Something passed between them that was not a conversation but had the weight of one, the specific communication of people who have trusted each other through enough difficult situations to have developed a shorthand for their assessments. "I want to see the design," she said. "The full design, not what you show visitors. I want to understand what you are actually building." "I will show you everything," he said. "I have not shown the full design to everyone who has asked, but that is because everyone who has asked before you did not have the standing to make the kind of commitment the full design implies. You do." She held his gaze for a long moment with the eyes of someone deciding whether the assessment was accurate or flattering. He waited for her to determine that it was accurate. She did. "Show me," she said. He showed her everything. It took 4 hours. He started with the site's geology and the resonance boundary principle, because understanding why the location was chosen was the foundation for understanding what was being built on it. Then the physical design, the tier structure and the column placement, and the resonance tower integration. Then the governance framework, which was the part that took the longest and that he watched her engage with most carefully. The governance framework was built around 3 principles. First, contribution as the criterion for participation, which he defined not in the narrow sense of labor input but in the broader sense of any consistent engagement with the community's collective project. Second, proportionality, meaning that the decision-making weight given to any party was calibrated to the quality and duration of their contribution rather than to the size of their contingent, or the loudness of their claims. Third, reversibility, the principle that no decision made by the current community was binding on a future community that had not participated in making it. The third principle was the one that took the most explanation. Most governance structures are designed by the people who are currently powerful, he said, and are designed to preserve the conditions that make those people powerful. The result is a system that calcifies around the interests of its founders and becomes increasingly resistant to correction over time. I am designing against that tendency. The reversibility principle means that the governance structure includes mechanisms for its own revision, and those mechanisms are accessible to any participant, not just to the founding group. Including you, Ravenna said. Including me. You are building a system that can vote you out. I am building a system in which my position is justified by the quality of my contribution rather than by the fact that I started it, he said. If at some future point my contribution is less valuable than someone else's, the system should recognize that. I would rather be in a position that is earned than one that is protected. Ravenna looked at him for a long time. You are either the most naive person I have ever met, she said, or the most confident. I am confident that the kind of people I want to build this with are people who will be more committed to a system that treats them fairly than to a system that protects a single person's position. And confident people committed to a fair system are more durable than people who are merely loyal to a position. The naivete would be believing that loyalty without fairness is stable. A long silence. The wind moved across the shelf, and below them the rift's valley was a deep green in the summer light, the forests dense, and the river catching the afternoon sun in bright fragments. We cannot commit formally, Ravenna said finally. Not yet. The forsworn have no central authority. Each camp makes its own decisions, and I speak for mine but not for the others. I can tell you that my camp is willing to participate in a preliminary arrangement, beginning with the knowledge exchange you described, and that if the arrangement develops as you are describing it, I will advocate for broader forsworn participation to the other camp commanders. A preliminary arrangement is sufficient, he said. The building is not ready for the larger commitment yet. What I need now is the knowledge, and your assessment of what the structure should look like if it is going to be genuinely useful to the Reach men rather than just technically inclusive. What is the difference? Genuinely useful means the design decisions take Reach men needs and preferences into account from the beginning, rather than being adapted after the fact. Technically inclusive means the governance language includes Reach men participation in a way that has no practical effect. I want the first. Ravenna looked at her companions again. The silent conversation happened. Then she looked back at him. I will come back in 2 weeks with 2 people who have the knowledge you need, she said. A geologist, in the Reachman's terms, a reader of the mountain's bones, though we do not use that word. And an herbalist whose knowledge of the Reach's upper zone ecology is deeper than any survey the Holds have ever conducted. I will have the documentation framework ready, he said. And the space to work in, such as it is. She looked around the partially built shelf, at the foundation trenches and the stacked stone and the crystal calibration pylon standing in the center of the future courtyard with the sun catching the crystal blanks around it. It is more than I expected, she said. For 2 months of construction. We have been working quickly, he said. Not carelessly. The two are not the same. No, she agreed. They are not. She and her 4 companions descended the mountain the way they had arrived, with the ease of people who were entirely at home in this terrain, and Issei watched them go, and thought about what had just been established, and what it implied for the shape of the thing being built. Every relationship he was adding to the project brought a different quality of understanding to the design. Elenwi brought the theoretical framework's rigor. Tolfdir brought the wonder of structural imagination applied to practical engineering. Colette brought the precision of someone who had been developing a specific capability in isolation and was finally working toward the facility it required. Gorza brought the metallurgical depth that the construction needed and the direct honesty that a project of this scope required from its technical core. Dura brought the site's geological truth. What Ravenna and the Forsworn brought was something different from all of these. They brought the specific knowledge of a people who had lived in and with this terrain for generations, who understood the mountain not as a site to be built upon but as an environment to be understood and worked with rather than imposed upon. That knowledge was irreplaceable, and its presence in the project's foundation was not just practical. It was a statement about what the project was. He had said the project was a place where the architecture of power was determined by contribution rather than origin. The presence of Reachman knowledge and Reachman participation in the foundation was the first concrete evidence that this was true rather than aspirational. He found this deeply satisfying in the specific way that he found all evidence of the plan's internal consistency satisfying. The second dragon word. He found the second word of the Dragonrend shout in a ruin above the rift's northern boundary, a place called Autumn Watch Tower that the local hunters avoided because of the Draug reported in its lower levels and that he visited in the 4th month of construction with Lyra as his only companion. The tower was not primarily a problem. The Draugr were not sophisticated adversaries, and the gear at 2 intervals gave him more than sufficient capability to move through the ruins' lower levels without significant danger. The challenge was the approach, which required a climb that would have been difficult without the Woodshout's sprint capability, and the search, which required enough familiarity with the dragon language's script to identify the word wall in a structure where several other carved surfaces used similar but distinct writing systems. He found the wall in the tower's highest chamber, a circular space open to the sky at the top where the tower had partially collapsed, with the characteristic blue-gray mineral in the carved surface and the specific resonance quality that his Dova soul had learned to recognize at 50 paces. The word was Zan. It was the second word of Dragonrend, and its semantic field, when he absorbed it and let it settle into the harmonic structure with the first word he already carried, was significantly more complex than he had anticipated. Jor was mortality, the concept of existing within time, being bounded by beginning and end. He had understood that. Zan was something he spent several days working through before he had a framework for it that satisfied him. It was not simply destruction or weakness or any of the conventional translations he had read. It was closer to the concept of internal contradiction, the quality of a thing that contained forces which were incompatible with each other, and which would, given sufficient time, produce their own resolution. The Dragonrend shout, he realized, was not simply imposing mortality on dragons. It was showing them that they contained it. Not that death would come from outside, but that the conditions for ending were already present inside every living thing, that the contradiction between existing and the inevitability of not existing was built into the structure of existence itself. For a being that thought in geological time and had organized its entire psychology around permanence, being shown this truth at the level of the soul was profoundly disorienting. He thought about this for a long time. "The shout is an argument," he said to Drake, on the walk back down from the tower. "Yes," Drake said. "Not a command or a force. An argument delivered in a language that the target cannot refuse to process." "The dragon tongue is not a language you can hear and ignore," Drake said. "When it is spoken with genuine Dova soul behind it, it arrives at the level of identity rather than the level of perception. You cannot decide not to understand it any more than you can decide not to feel your own heartbeat. So the power of the Thu'um is not force," he said. "It is inevitability. The shout is not compelling the world to change. It is showing the world, at a level the world cannot argue with, that the change has already happened. That is the most precise formulation of it I have heard from a Dovahkian who was not Paarthurnax," Drake said. "Paarthurnax said something similar," he said. "Paarthurnax said the same thing in different words for 5 centuries before he decided the words were adequate. You have arrived at it in 2 years. Issei walked the downward path with this sitting in the center of his thinking, turning it over the way you turn a stone in your hand to understand its shape by its weight and texture. The practical implication was significant. If the Thu'um was argument rather than force, then the preparation for a shout was not primarily physical or energetic. It was epistemic. You needed to have understood the thing you were asserting completely enough that the assertion was true when you made it, true in the specific sense of the dragon tongue's definition, which meant identical with reality rather than merely consistent with it. This was why the Greybeards studied the way of the voice through meditation and scholarship rather than through combat training. You could not speak a truth you did not fully comprehend, and comprehension at the level required by the dragon tongue was not an ordinary kind of understanding. It also had implications for the integration problem that he had not previously considered. The gear's amplification of the lock's substrate increased the semantic density of the shout, which was why the amplified shout was not simply louder, but more compelling. But semantic density was not the same as truth. A maximally dense assertion of something you only partially understood would be maximally compelling in its partial truth and maximally wrong in the parts you had not yet understood. He wrote 6 pages of notes about this the evening he returned to the construction site, and then spent 2 hours revising the notes, in light of the implications before sleeping. Lyra, the next morning, looked at the stack of pages and said, "You have been thinking again." "I am always thinking," he said. "You have been thinking loudly," she said. "I could hear the scratching of the pen from the next room at midnight." "I apologize," he said. "I do not require an apology," she said. "I require an explanation, when you have time." This evening, he said. After the Foundation inspection. He gave her the explanation that evening, sitting on the outer wall's completed north section with the valley darkening below them and the first stars appearing over the mountain's eastern shoulder. She listened with the full attention she always gave to things he said that were technically complex, not because she was unfamiliar with complexity, but because she had learned that his complexity was usually relevant to something she needed to understand. So the shout is an argument, she said, when he finished. And you need to have understood the argument completely before you can make it convincingly. Yes. And the gear amplification makes the argument more compelling but does not make it more correct. Yes. Which means before I use a shout at high gear intervals in a high-stakes situation, I need to be certain that I understand the shout's semantic content completely, not just well enough to produce the effect at low intervals. What is the difference in practice? At low intervals, a partially understood shout produces a partially correct effect and the error in the partial understanding is small enough that the world's natural resistance corrects for it. The door opens mostly as intended. At high intervals, the semantic density suppresses the world's resistance, which means the error in the partial understanding is not corrected. The door opens exactly as the shout says it should open, including the part of the instruction that was wrong. You need to understand everything before you say it at full power. I need to understand everything before I say anything at full power, he said. Which is a principle that applies to more than just the Thursday. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the darkening valley. Do you know how few people think that way? She said. Most people, he said, do not have a power system that punishes partial understanding at exponential scale. Most people can be partially wrong and survive it. I do not have that option. You could choose not to use the power at full scale, she said. I could, he said. But then I am limiting my capability to the level at which my errors are tolerable, rather than extending my understanding to the level at which the capability is fully available. Those are two different orientations toward the same constraint, and only one of them leads anywhere. She looked at him for a moment. You really do experience everything as a problem to be solved rather than a situation to be endured, she said. Yes, he said. I find that, she said carefully, very useful to be near. The stars were fully out now, the mountain air clear enough at this altitude that the sky was dense with them, the specific sky density that you only saw above a certain elevation where the atmospheric scattering that blurred the lower skies had thinned to near transparency. They sat on the completed wall section in the star-dense quiet, and Issei thought about arguments delivered in languages that cannot be refused, and about the specific quality of truth that made such arguments possible, and about whether the thing he was building, the governance structure, and the physical fortress and the network of people who were choosing it, was itself an argument of that type. He thought it might be. He thought that was worth building toward. Chapter 15, The Towers. Rising. The resonance towers were cast in Markarth. This had been Gorza's requirement from the beginning, because the partially restored Dwemer smelter in the lower tunnels was the only instrument in the region capable of achieving the temperature tolerances and the specific alloy processing conditions that the column support castings required. He had arranged it through the Mining Guild's cooperative agreement with the Jarl's steward, a transaction that was politically smooth because he had accumulated enough standing in Markarth from the mining dispute resolution that his requests were received as contributions rather than impositions. He was in Markarth for the casting, not because his presence was required for the metallurgical process, which was Gorza's domain entirely, but because he had learned that the most important things often happened in the spaces between the scheduled work, in the conversations that occurred because people were in the same place with the same general orientation toward a problem. The casting took 3 days. On the second day, in the evening after the work had concluded and the alloy was in the cooling forms, he was sitting in the lower tunnel's outer chamber going over the structural specifications when someone sat down across from him. It was a Dunmer woman he had not met before. Dark-skinned, crimson-eyed in the characteristic way of the Dark Elves, perhaps 35 by the appearance of her, though Dunmer aged slowly enough that 35 was a rough estimate with a wide error range. She had the quality of someone who had been watching him for long enough to have formed a preliminary assessment, and was now ready to test it. You are the one building in the rift, she said. Yes, he said, on the high shelf above Ivarstead. The one Gorza has been making parts for. Yes. I am Nelith, she said. No explanation of what Nelith meant, or who Nelith was, delivered with the quality of someone who was accustomed to names being recognized. Then, after a brief pause that suggested she had noticed his lack of recognition and revised her estimation of how to proceed, I am from Solstheim. I arrived in Marka 3 weeks ago on research business. I have been talking to Gorza about the alloy you are using and about what it is intended to do. Gorza does not share technical details about her work casually, he said. No, Nelith agreed. She shared the general application framework because I asked her questions she had not been asked before, and she found the questions interesting enough to indicate that they were in the right vicinity. A pause. I am a master enchanter. I specialize in the theory of persistent magical fields as they interact with constructed physical materials. When Gorza described an application involving resonance-mediated field effects in a construction context, the questions asked themselves. He looked at her with the assessment he applied to unexpected arrivals. She had come from Solstheim, which put her outside the primary political networks of Skyrim proper and gave her a specific kind of independence from the factional considerations that complicated most relationships in the holds. Her enchanting specialty was precisely adjacent to Colette's restoration work and Talfda's alteration framework, but from a different angle, the physical material side rather than the biological or spatial side. If her theoretical framework was as developed as her presentation suggested, the combination with the existing team would produce coverage of the full design space in a way that none of the individual disciplines alone could achieve. He filed all of this in the time it took her to complete the sentence. Tell me about the persistent field theory, he said. She told him. She talked for 2 hours, and he listened with the specific quality of attention he gave to someone who was demonstrating a real understanding of something he needed to understand better. Her framework was different from anything he had encountered in the existing Tamrielic scholarly tradition. It was more precise in its mathematical formulation, built around what she called enchantment eigenvalues, the specific resonance properties of a material that determined which magical fields it would sustain versus which it would absorb versus which it would reflect. The Dwemer, she had determined through her Solstheim research, had understood these values empirically and used them in their construction, but their understanding had been practical rather than theoretical, and the theory had not survived them. She had been reconstructing the theory from the artifacts. The column support alloy that Gorza is casting, she said, has an enchantment eigenvalue profile that I have not seen before. It does not correspond to any alloy in the documented Tamrielic record, but it matches a value profile that I predicted theoretically 3 years ago as the optimal material for a self-sustaining persistent field. I predicted it theoretically, but I did not have a way to produce it practically. And Gorza has produced it, he said. Gorza has produced it without knowing what the theoretical prediction was, Nelith said. She arrived at the same specification from the practical direction. From the Dwemer schematics material requirements, and her own metallurgical knowledge. 2 independent paths to the same result, which gives me significantly more confidence in the result than either path alone would produce, she said. He considered the situation. Nelith had not asked for anything. She had presented information and waited to see what he did with it. This was the behavior of someone who had learned that what they had to offer was valuable enough that they did not need to lobby for recognition of that value, and who was testing whether the person across from them was capable of recognizing it without being told. He was. Are you familiar with the resonance boundary effect? He asked. Elenwi's crystalline data? She said. He felt the specific surprise of someone who has been reminded that the scholarly world is smaller than they realized. You know Elenwi. I know her work. She published a preliminary finding on the resonance boundary phenomenon in the college's internal journal 4 years ago. I wrote her a letter asking 3 questions. She wrote back with 2 answers and said the 3rd question was not yet answerable. I have been waiting to find out whether she found the answer. What was the 3rd question? Whether the resonance boundary effect could be accelerated through deliberate harmonic practice by a being whose soul was natively calibrated to the relevant frequency range. He looked at her. She found the answer, he said. I see that, Nelith said. He told her about the project in full. He did this partly because she clearly had the theoretical background to contribute to it, and partly because she had already assembled enough of the picture from independent sources that partial disclosure would be less informative than complete disclosure. She listened with the focused precision of someone building a model in real time, asking 3 questions during the entire account, all of them targeted at specific gaps in the theoretical framework rather than at the practical logistics that most people focused on. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. The eigenvalue profile of the column alloy, she said. Combined with the crystal calibration and the resonance boundary attuning and your morning practice sessions, you are building something that will, over the first 5 years of operation, develop an enchantment field with no external power source. The field will be self-sustaining because the alloy sustains it, and the alloy's eigenvalue means the field will amplify rather than decay under use. Yes, he said. An amplifying self-sustaining field around a constructed structure, she said. This is not a thing that exists. I have been working toward the theoretical basis for it for 12 years. I know, he said. That is why I want you involved. She looked at him with an expression that was, he realized, the first time she had let anything other than analytical precision through to the surface. How long has this project existed? She asked. The current construction phase has been running for 4 months. The planning phase ran for several years before that. You are 17, she said. She was saying this the way everyone said it, as a statement of fact that required integration into the model rather than as a dismissal. Yes, he said. And the planning phase ran for years before the construction phase, she said. So you have been working on this since you were what, 12? 14 for the specific design. Earlier than that for the general framework. She was quiet for a long moment. Solstheim is not comfortable, she said finally. But the research environment there is the most independent I have found, because the political situation makes it of secondary interest to the major factions. I understand, he said. The work I am doing requires both independence and collaboration. Currently I have independence without collaboration. What you are describing has both. Yes, he said. I will come to the site before I decide anything, she said. I want to see the foundation geometry and the crystal calibration state directly. I cannot complete my eigenvalue verification without physical access to the materials. When can you come? Next month, she said. After I have finished the Markarth work. He gave her the route description and the contact point in Rift N. She wrote it down with the efficient precision of someone who did not waste either paper or motion. The tower castings were completed the next morning. He watched Gorza inspect each one with the focused attention of someone whose standards were not subject to negotiation, running her hands along the casting surfaces and tapping specific points with a small hammer, and listening to the result with her head slightly tilted in the way of someone listening to something that most people would not hear. She declared 4 of the 6 castings acceptable. 2 she set aside with the expression of someone who had expected this. These 2, she said, have micro-void inclusions in the lower mounting section. Not structurally significant, but they will affect the energy conduction path at the column-to-stone interface. The resonance field will have a slight irregular pulse rather than a continuous output. Can the irregularity be corrected? He asked. Not in the casting. It could be addressed through the mounting design, a flexible coupling at the base rather than a rigid joint. The coupling would absorb the pulse irregularity before it reaches the stone. Does that create any secondary effects? It means those 2 towers have a slightly different dynamic response to load changes than the other 4. In a uniform load scenario, the effect is negligible. In a variable load scenario, the asymmetry might be detectable. She paused. I think Nelith would have an opinion about whether the asymmetry matters. Nelith has seen the eigenvalue profile, he said. She believes the asymmetric towers might produce useful variation in the field pattern rather than simply being defects. Gorza looked at him. You talked to Nelith. She found me. She always finds the interesting work, Gorza said, with the tone of someone who had an opinion about this but was not going to extend it further. Should I be concerned about her? He asked. Nelith is entirely focused on what she is focused on and entirely indifferent to everything else, Gorza said. If you are the interesting work, you will have her full attention. If you become uninteresting, she will leave without warning. That is not malice. It is simply her orientation. I will make sure the work stays interesting, he said. The 4 acceptable castings and the 2 flexible coupled castings were loaded onto the transport carts the following morning. The journey back to the rift took 4 days with the heavy loads, along roads that were adequate for the traffic they normally carried and barely adequate for the traffic they were being asked to carry now. He walked alongside the carts for most of the journey, in part to help manage the difficult sections of road and in part because he found the slowness of the pace useful for thinking. Walking at the pace of heavy cargo gave him long uninterrupted stretches of time with the plan and its current state, and the current state required a particular kind of extended attention. The construction was ahead of schedule in the physical sense. The site was developing in ways that exceeded his original projections. The team was stronger than he had anticipated, both because the people he had recruited had proven to be as capable as he had assessed and because people he had not anticipated, like Nelith, were arriving from directions the plan had not included. What was behind schedule, he acknowledged to himself, was his own development, not incapability. The gear was functioning at full integration and the Thu'um was advancing. But in the specific kind of development that the absorption problem made critical, the clarity of self-definition that Paarthurnax had identified as the technical requirement for the highest level operations. He had been so focused on building the external architecture that he had given less attention to the internal one. He set this as the next priority category in the internal organization he maintained, not to the exclusion of the construction work. Both in parallel, as everything had always been done in parallel. But with the recognition that the clarity of self-definition was not a byproduct of the external work. It was a requirement for the work's highest applications, and requirements did not fulfill themselves. He thought about who he was, not as a philosophical exercise, as an engineering one. He listed the defining characteristics as he would list design specifications. He was someone who approached problems analytically. He was someone who built rather than acquired. He was someone whose loyalty to the people he had chosen was absolute, and whose commitment to the governance principles he was designing was not contingent on whether they were convenient. He was someone who found the intersection of capability and comprehension more interesting than either alone. He was someone who had lived one life already and had chosen this one specifically. He was, he decided, fairly precisely defined. The risk of the absorption problem was that at maximum gear intervals, with maximum semantic density in the shout, the assertion he was making might be strong enough to temporarily subsume the person making it. The protection against that was not to avoid the high intervals. It was to be specific enough about the person who was making the assertion that the assertion could not be mistaken for the person. He had a name for the thing he was building. He had a governance framework. He had a team. He had a site that was already beginning to express its own character. He needed to be as clearly defined as the thing he was building. He walked alongside the heavy carts through the Rift's forests, in the specific quality of late summer light that made even ordinary trees look like they had been waiting for the right person to walk past them, and he thought about himself with the same rigor he applied to everything else. By the time the carts reached the Rift-Hold Road, he had a preliminary self-specification that he thought was accurate and complete enough to work with. He wrote it in his journal that evening, in cipher, the same cipher he had been using since Stonehall. Because some things needed to be private not because they were shameful but because they were too foundational to submit to the distortion that external observation introduced. He filled 3 pages. It was, he thought, a reasonably accurate document. The first tower stands. The first resonance tower was raised on the 40th day of the 8th month. It stood 12 feet above the shelf floor at its base, tapering to 8 feet at the top, constructed from the cast alloy column Gorza had verified as acceptable and faced in the blue veined quartz stone that Dura had shaped from the natural rock face with the precision of someone who understood that the facing was not decorative but structural, each piece fitted to maintain the quartz matrix's integrity rather than interrupt it. At its base were the crystal blanks, now 7 months into the calibration process, and measurably changed. The original raw specimens had been irregular, slightly cloudy, internally structured but not yet aligned. The ones that had been developing well were now clearer, the internal structure more organized, the way ice becomes clearer as it forms more slowly rather than more quickly, the additional time allowing the molecular alignment to become more complete. 4 of the 5 he was confident about were responding ahead of schedule, their frequency already within the acceptable range of the lock harmonic. The 5th was slightly behind but trending correctly. The 6th, the uncertain one, had done something unexpected. Rather than calibrating toward the target frequency or reinforcing its existing misaligned frequency, it had developed a frequency that was different from both, one that Nelitha's eigenvalue analysis, conducted during her visit the previous month, had identified as a third harmonic of the site's natural resonance, 2 octaves above the fundamental. It is not a defect, Nelith had said, looking at the calibration data with the focused attention she gave to everything she found interesting, which was a notably broad category. It is a harmonic partner. In a field system with 6 emitters, having one emitter at the third harmonic rather than the fundamental creates a standing wave pattern rather than a simple field. A standing wave pattern has spatial structure. It has nodes and antinodes, areas of constructive and destructive interference. What does that do to the defensive application? He asked. It creates a field with variable intensity across the spatial extent of the structure, she said. Some areas will have stronger field effects than others. The antinode positions are the areas of maximum field strength. Where will the antinode positions be? She had worked through the calculation with the efficiency of someone for whom this kind of spatial mathematics was ordinary. The antinode positions, she determined, would be located at the structure's main entrance, at the central courtyard where the calibration pylon stood, and at the highest point of the planned research building. The entrance, the courtyard, and the highest working space, he said. Yes. Those are the 3 positions where I would place the maximum defensive field strength if I were designing it deliberately. The crystal calibrated to the third harmonic because the site's resonance practice is strongest at those positions, Nellis said. You have been performing your morning sessions at the center of the future courtyard. The stone faces of the main approach channel your voice toward the entrance. The highest natural point on the shelf is where you stand to observe the work. The crystal's calibration is a record of where the harmonic activity has been most intense. He thought about this for a long time. The system is learning from us, he said. The system is responding to us, she said, which was more precise. Learning implies something more like volition than stone possesses. But yes. The calibration is not purely the product of the pylon input. It is the product of the pylon input plus the site's accumulated harmonic history. The crystal that produced the unexpected result recorded more of the history than the others because of its position relative to the morning practice area. He raised the first tower on the 40th day with the full team present, which by this point was 16 people, the core technical group plus the construction crew who had been working the site for 4 months and had developed the specific kind of investment in a project that comes from watching it grow from nothing. He did not make a speech. He had thought about making one and decided against it, because speeches about what a thing meant were appropriate when the thing was complete and the meaning needed articulation. When the thing was still being built, the appropriate action was to keep building. He stood the tower and its prepared foundation with Dura's instruction on the mounting angle and Gorza's supervision of the alloy joint at the base, and Nelith watching from the south-face terrace with an expression that was the nearest he had seen her come to visible excitement, which in Nelith manifested as an extremely slight increase in the speed at which she was writing in her notebook. When the tower was secured and the mounting joint sealed with the specific compound Gorza had prepared and the crystal was placed in the tower's internal housing, he stepped back and looked at it. It was not beautiful in the conventional sense. It was functional, which was a different kind of beauty, the kind that comes from a thing being exactly what it needs to be without pretending to be anything else. First tower, Drake said. First tower, he confirmed. That evening, after the celebration that the construction crew organized with the specific determined cheerfulness of people who had been working hard for a long time and had found an excuse to express it, he sat on the north wall's completed section with Lyra beside him and looked at the tower standing in the center of what would eventually be the courtyard. In the clear mountain night it was visible as a dark vertical against the sky, slightly reflective where the facing stone caught starlight, the crystal at its center showing the faintest luminescence, barely perceptible, the early expression of the calibration completing. 5 more, Lyra said. 5 more towers. 6 months of construction on the primary structure. A year on the research building. Then the population begins. It is going to happen, she said. It was not quite a question. It was the specific statement of someone who has been present for a long process, and is arriving at the moment where the possibility resolves into probability. It was always going to happen, he said. That was never the question. What was the question? Whether it would happen the right way, he said. Whether the thing that is built will be the thing I designed, or whether the compromises required to build it will change what it is. Whether the people involved will remain the people they are rather than becoming the project rather than the people who are building it. Do you think they will? He looked at the tower. He thought about Gorza's precision and Dura's geological honesty, and Elenwi's rigor and Tofter's wonder and Colette's specificity, and Nelitha's focused indifference to everything except the work and Ravenna's careful commitment, and Lyra's systematic patience. Yes, he said. I think they are all people who know who they are. People who know who they are do not get absorbed by projects. They shape them. The tower's crystal pulsed once, faintly, a breath of light from its interior, the almost imperceptible expression of a system beginning to come online. He watched it. He had been working toward this for 17 years of his second life. He had been patient in a way that was not resignation, which was the patience of someone who has given up on a faster outcome, but in the way that was orientation, the patience of someone who knows where they are going and understands that the time between here and there is not empty waiting but necessary development. He had developed. The mountain had developed alongside him, learning the frequency of his presence the way the crystal had learned the frequency of his practice, accumulating his history in its stone. He did not know, could not know, what the thing that was being built would become in the years ahead, what challenges it would face, and what the people building it would have to do to meet them. He knew the Thalmor would eventually notice it. He knew the political dynamics of Skyrim were moving toward conflict that would make independent governance harder rather than easier. He knew that the second phase of the plan, the part he did not yet describe to people he had not established sufficient trust with, would require capabilities and relationships he had not yet fully developed. He knew all of this and found it, as he had always found the distance between present and future, not daunting but interesting. Skuldafn. The place where the mountain speaks. The mountain was learning its first words. So was he.